Yep, it looks like it's working.
Yay!
There we go. We are set up for a live stream.
Excellent.
So let me make you the host again. You are
Okay.
good to go.
Excellent. Do I need to do anything with it?
With the live stream?
Yeah.
Nope, you just leave it running for the entirety of the day. And then when you're done at the end of the day, you can just close the meeting and that'll be that.
Wonderful. I love it. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Hi, Tabitha.
Good morning.
You look so springy.
Thank you. Thank you. I am really enjoying this May weather. It can be kind of hit or miss for us, either being too
Yeah,
hot or just perpetually rainy, and we're having like a perfect balance. So
it
loving it.
is. Yeah, it's our prize for surviving this last winter.
I don't know. I think we're all so ready for this summer to just be vaccinated and outside.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I'm seeing all sorts of people having their sort of like first dinner parties or uh gatherings in the park, and it's really sweet to see like the return of extended human connection.
Yeah, I think my first get together will probably be graduation party because my birthday is the day after graduation. So we're just doing a combined housewarming party, graduation party, and birthday party, which would be nice.
Excellent. That's great.
Yeah.
Yay. Well, everyone got their stuff in, so I'm gonna have a review.
Yay.
Saw the reviewers, and our live stream it's everything is working so far. So
I saw
hope
the
that that
message
stays.
that apparently the live streams weren't working yesterday. And I was like, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Yeah. Do you all have other things to finish up still, or is this kind of
Yeah, I've
near
got
the end?
one, I mean, basically finished up. I've got one more final tomorrow, but I've already completed that. And so it's basically just for the Creek Monster class, um, just walking through the final presentation. And then we're doing the D installment of that. I think it's like May 13th or something, um, which is fine because I enjoy that. And then I'm part of the Waller Creek Symposium on Monday. So I just have to be on a panel, but I don't think that will be too hectic.
That's great. Those all sound like really good things to end on.
Yeah, I'm kind of a creek monster by nature, so just keep on doing that for a while.
Hmm.
Oh, there's a little hummingbird at my window.
Oh,
They just are loving my red yucca. I didn't realize they didn't seem like they have that much nectar for them, but they are just absolutely loving the red yucca.
funny.
And it's nice because the red yucca is so tall. It's like 2 stories, so like whether I'm downstairs or upstairs, I see the hummingbirds kind of climbing the ladder and going up them. A little gift nature gave me.
That's cute. Hmm. Well, you're like very nice and early. So if you want to just turn off your camera and meditate, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll just be here. Oh, you're muted.
I'll go meditate for 5 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, Carly.
Hey Maggie.
How are you?
Good. I'm
Good.
excited.
Are you ready to get us started today?
I'm ready.
You saw
Let's
that your
do it.
first.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. People are still joining, but I'm glad you're early. And I wanted to just make sure that you saw the review order, so it's not a surprise.
Yes. Thank you for doing that.
All right. Well, we're just all going to meditate for a couple more minutes.
Perfect. Great. I'm gonna go refill my coffee. I'll be right back.
That sounds good. Hi, Taylor.
You look cute.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I like your backdrop, Tabitha.
Yeah, it
It's
looks
my
cool.
flower crown.
really.
I figure if I sit upstairs, I'm closer to the internet connector in hopes of actually being able to share my screen and keep my camera on, hoping for the best.
Got this.
Good morning, Taylor.
Yo, so good morning.
Good morning, Joseph, as well.
No.
Good morning, Taylor.
Oh, did you hear that? No. I clicked on the YouTube link and it was like right when you said good morning, Taylor. And so I don't know if you could hear it.
Good morning, Alan.
Good morning. And Katie's already sporting her nervous smile, so I know we're off to a good start.
Of course, I've already done jumping jacks.
It's all right on schedule.
I also worked out this morning, Katie, for my nerves.
Nice chop, Tabitha.
Nice what now?
Nice chop. You got your haircut.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I found a new hair salon. It's called Swamp Mermaid. And I was like, I can't think of a better salon name than Swamp Mermaid. So I think I'll just keep going there. They had a tiny puppy that they found at a gas station that would come and greet all the guests. It was pretty great.
Wow.
Excellent. I think we have assembled our team today.
Kristen.
Kristen, yeah, I miscounted. I think we are going to go ahead and get started. I'm going first. Welcome everyone to the review for LAR 696, which is the Advanced Landscape Studio Prairie Time, reweaving Dallas's green quilt. And for the first session, we have 4 presentations and we have 3 reviewers joining us. So I just ask that Alan, Gwen, and Phoebe, do you mind just introducing yourselves briefly?
Alan Shearer, Associate Professor, Associate Dean for Research and Technology. I know you all know.
Thanks, Alan.
Phoebe Liquar. I'm an associate professor in landscape architecture and everyone's graduate advisor. So I also know you all well. Happy to be here. Thanks.
Thanks, Phoebe.
Hello, I'm Gwen Cohen. I'm an associate at Studio Outside Landscape Architecture in Dallas, Texas. And I've had the chance to participate with students throughout the semester. So also know the students and your work. Look forward to seeing the reviews.
Thanks, Gwen. Thank you all for being here. I'm so excited to see the work and have a conversation about it today. And I've asked Carly to get us started today. So we're just going to dive right in.
All right, good morning. Share my screen. Okay, so this proposal focuses on restoring the prairie ecosystem that once existed along the Trinity River floodway by reintegrating native ecosystems and traditional land management practices. We can also honor the peoples that once moved through these lands and the American Indian peoples who continue to practice traditions in this area today. By making kin with the land, we can begin to take care of the people once again. First, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on Indigenous land. I would like to acknowledge and pay our respects to the Kickapoo, Wichita, Tawakoni, Jumanos, and all the Indigenous people and community who have been and have become a part of the lands and territories in Texas here on Turtle Island. American Indian tribes moved through the Dallas area during pre-colonial times. Free of boundaries, tribes spanned beyond current state and country borders. These tribes generally got along with one another, trading with one another, sharing experiences and traditions. The prairie lands of Dallas provided tribes the ability to hunt and gather, and this ecosystem contributes to their cultural identities. With every new group claiming lands in the Americas, Indian peoples have always had to fight to keep their ancestral lands. In the 1830s, the US and the Republic of Texas both enforced the removal of Indian people from their lands to allow for white settlements to form. This pushed Indians to reservation lands further out west, and if they did not agree to move, they were killed. In Dallas, there was a genocide that occurred along the Trinity River because people did not want to move from their lands. The word Texas means ally in American Indian. Allyships were formed among tribes in the area, but clearly this word did not hold the same meaning to those who stole the land and its namesake. In an attempt to claim additional Indian lands, the Indian Relocation Act of 1956 encouraged Indians to move off the reservation lands that they had been pushed to. This relocation to various cities across the US promised opportunities for education, jobs, and healthcare. 10,000 people from 82 different tribes moved to Dallas, primarily residing in the West Oak Cliff and East Dallas neighborhoods. Moving far from the Indian land created a disconnection from their indigenous cultures and traditions. There was also an ecologic erasure that occurred around this time. Development swallowed up the once prevalent prairie lands, and the Trinity River's fluvial path was straightened and armored to prevent flooding with the implementation of the Trinity River floodway. During this time, during the river's movement, Indian artifacts were found within the area showing their history and ties to the river. Today in Dallas, there is a population of about 4,000 American Indian people, the largest community within Texas. These urban Indians do not have land rights as there is no treaties within Dallas. This prompts Indians to focus on civil rights issues. Educating the public about American Indian culture and concerns is an important part of pushing for their civil rights. I got to speak with Peggy and Brian Larney, who founded the American Indian Heritage Day in Texas and Indian Citizens Against Racial Exploitation. And they also lead the push to change the Trinity River's name back to Arkakosa. It is important to protect their culture and environment to ensure that future generations get to share the same cultural experiences. The river's significance to their culture still exists as many people return to say prayers and blessings. So I have chosen to focus along the Arcatosa River. Highlighted in green is the Trinity River floodway. It spans for miles, but I will be focusing on this section. This is a portion of the floodway that is right next to the downtown area and relatively close in proximity to some of the American Indian population in Dallas in the Oak Cliff neighborhood. Currently, the floodway has various paths, one at the top of both levees, and then a few that run throughout the site and along the river, following the fork. There are a handful of designated park sites within the floodway and one proposed site adjacent to the downtown neighborhood. By choosing to look at the floodway as a whole, it is possible to equitably serve a larger community and look at the area as a system that serves the entire city, as opposed to just a park that directly only serves one or two communities. Though I am focusing on the floodway, it needs to be recognized that the site boundaries don't end at the levee. The watersheds that flow into the river play a large role in the health of the site. The current conditions of the floodway are rather ordinary. It's just a large swath of grass covering the entire site, a few riparian trees along an eroding riverbank, and 30-foot-high levees that barricade the city from floods. So during times of floods, the levee does protect the surrounding neighborhoods. Bringing life into this fallow land can build connections between people and the environment. The impacts can be deeper than the changes that you see in front of you. The way a space can make you feel can be as significant as the environmental benefits. Bringing this space back to the sacred prairies that it once was requires a balance of all things. Plants, wildlife, water, and people need to work in a reciprocal relationship to improve overall health. The crafting of sacred spaces requires both caretaking and placemaking. When you practice caring for the land, you feel and recognize that you are a part of the ecosystem. The land needs to feel human presence, both existing within and caring for these spaces, harnessing the idea that when we take care of nature, it will take care of us. The actions we take today play a vital role in the spaces that we and our families will live in the future. Returning ecologic balance takes time. Crafting a sacred space takes time. But from where we are now, a monoculture of grass, which does not serve the community much in any way, can over time begin to flourish as human care is put into sowing the seeds. A vibrant prairie landscape will begin to return. The air becomes cleaner, the soil more nutrient, and the wildlife makes this place a home. In time, the balance can be restored and connections are established. Caring for the land is done in various ways. By utilizing Indigenous land management practices, there's an opportunity to provide employment to the American Indian community and shine a light on the significance of their culture. Beginning to revegetate the floodway will provide immediate benefits in adding biodiversity to the area and restoring the ecologic balance. Weeding can ensure that desired species will be able to thrive and be abundant, while harvesting is a significant reciprocal act when done properly. Knowing of how to harvest each plant can prevent over-extraction and allow the cultural traditions to live on. As this area is in a floodway, after flood maintenance is required to remove debris from paths and make the area accessible again. Burning is a traditional land management practice that is widely used in grasslands, and this practice contributes to improve soil health and plant succession. And then the last method I'm calling shaping, which is purposefully mown paths within the prairie to allow for additional access, ease of harvesting, and offers a variety of seasonal experiences. The second aspect of creating sacred space is placemaking. Strengthening the connection between people and the places they exist within fosters a deep sense of belonging. We will be looking at different scales of gathering to understand the meaning of gathering within the American Indian community and how care is connected in shaping these spaces. Biological cultural sovereignty signifies the importance of Indigenous use and connection to the land. Large open spaces can accommodate people for cultural celebrations and various gatherings. Indicators of cultural placemaking can be done symbolically through plants. Here, sunflowers are shown as they are indicative of community, making it a perfect backdrop for community gatherings. When planting, plants can be grouped symbolically to indicate where to gather. And below are methods shown of how these spaces can be cared for and formed. Medium-sized gathering spaces can be used for storytelling or song. Connections to the land can be made at various times of the day. Some traditions like song often happen at sunrise and sunset, while activities like storytelling can happen during a full moon, which also allows for observing nocturnal wildlife. The care in crafting these spaces can look different depending on the seasons, as time plays a big role in what occurs during these spaces. The last space utilizes a variety of walking trails, both permanent and ephemeral, which change based on the seasonal blooms and harvesting times. Permanent paths allow water access at all times, while creating seasonally impermanent paths allow for ease of access to create spaces and plantings, as well as creating a unique experience with each season. Stewards of the land can choose where the paths exist based on the seasonal planting. By creating spaces for people to connect with the land, there are reciprocal relationships that are formed. Seasons provide many signals to us. They indicate certain events, harvest, even times of flood or heavy rainfalls, and this allows us to expect the preceding events. These rhythms are nature's way of preparing us for what is next. Landscapes are not stagnant. They're dynamic and ever-changing. Seasonality is a significant aspect of life for all living beings. Acknowledging this fact allows us to be mindful of our plant palette. These plants are all significant plants within the American Indian culture and act as seasonal indicators. Implementing plants that hold a deep meaning to traditions and practices of these Indigenous people allow the culture to continue on. And this aspect is even more important within the urban context, where availability of ceremonial plants is not always easily accessible. Here we can see the ebbs and flows of each season that it has on the landscapes. Each season looks different. The prairie has a new plant palette, the river's flow rises and falls, paths change, and care may look different. All of these acts work together to create different connections. Here we can see more of what the space can look like seasonally. Paths dance around expanding and contracting rivers. The ecosystems come into a rhythmic balance, and people all over the city are able to enjoy and utilize these spaces. People move as free and fluid as the paths, as the tribes once moved through this area. Justice can be restored in small ways like this. The changing season always indicated movement. We can now return to the rhythm of nature. The implementation of the prairie would benefit Dallas in many ways. Engaging this underutilized fallow space could serve the ecologic health of the city, providing a space that connects all the surrounding communities in Dallas and honors the American Indian community. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. That was a wonderful presentation. I guess I'd like to start by just asking you how you define a native ecosystem, which is kind of one of your first statements. was saying that the goal of the project is to reestablish that, but what exactly does that mean?
I think how I envisioned it is bringing back these significant plants within the landscape, since it's been, erased as development has occurred. Specifically focusing on American Indian plantings. And I guess the ecosystem in general, maybe not going back to native, but what it once was before the environmental health has been degraded.
I guess that for me, it brings up a kind of fundamental question related to the premise of your project, which is whenever we use the word native, and those of you who know me know that I am like fond of picking this apart, but or the term restoration, what time exactly are we talking about? Because it's referencing some state in the past, and as we know, things change. If we're talking about plants move and migrate all over the world, and as do people. So, I think it's really important to be as specific as you can to particular cultures or particular periods of time, and then it opens you up to criticism about why that particular time, that year, that decade, that, and then another sort of place of questioning for me with the premise of this project, and I want to kind of skip over these fundamental questions and then like just talk about what you've done also, but I still want to raise this point, which is as a cosmopolitan city with people who have migrated from all over the world to live in Dallas, how do you defend a project that relies upon the starting point of one particular culture? And, if you are referencing culturally significant plants and practices, why this culture? What about all the other cultures that comprise, the citizens of Dallas? Many, from all parts of the world. I'm not talking about necessarily the European, descendants of European colonialists.
I think that's a great point. One of the aspects of American Indian culture that I really appreciate is their acceptance of other people. Like I had mentioned, Texas means ally. I think highlighting the people who originally were on this land is significant. The history shows that their culture has been erased. And I don't think it's about not embracing other cultures. Everyone's welcome to use these spaces, but understanding the past of Dallas, because they see themselves as a newer city, but really it does have deep history. And I think that it's history that needs to be shared, and there's not really anywhere in Dallas that currently does that. So that's why I chose to do this.
So I think it's important to be really upfront about whether you view this as a form of reparations, or if you believe that these principles that underpin this particular culture are so fundamentally significant for contemporary society that they that they are the ones that are guideposts for us in shaping land, and we should embrace them. I think those are ways of kind of characterizing the work that are maybe more interesting and than simply creating a kind of hierarchy of one culture or another, which is actually what led to the devastation of Native American populations, right, in the first place, was the privileging of one culture over another.
Right.
So sort of attending to not falling into the same trap, even as you are trying to, in a way, right the wrongs of the past or sort of address erasure, and this kind of traumatic history. I think I'll let others give some initial comments before I make comments related to design in your proposal.
Thanks.
Carly, a few things that pick up from Phoebe's comments. Overall, this is a very thoughtful approach that you've taken. But what happens, and there's no easy way around it, because once you open this up, it's like when Phoebe flagged the word native. What does that mean? You've got some other terms that create similar challenges too, which sort of go into what might be called questions of political ecology. So you've mentioned the phrase, what was it? Biological cultural sovereignty. For the life of me, I don't know what biological sovereignty would be. And with sovereignty, there's it's also complicated. American Indians have tribal sovereignty, which allows them to organize themselves within tribal lands.
Right.
But that's only internal. Native Americans don't get a State Department. Okay. But also you mentioned that you're approaching this at the beginning as a matter of civil rights. So civil rights are actually US sovereign, not tribal sovereign. And so you're kind of arguing across kinds of political units, which by itself, I'm not saying you shouldn't think about both, but the relationship is underdefined. And so opens up a whole set of questions that you're not quite there to prepare to answer yet. So you mentioned renaming the river. Okay, well, that would be one thing on a tribal land, but now you're going through USGS, and that's a civil right. It gets, there's lots of things to consider then that I think, again, you open up the question, you do some very thoughtful steps towards some kind of reconciliation, but you've got too many terms that are codependent or interdependent. And I would just avoid biological sovereignty. I would just get rid of that one.
Okay. When I began this project, it was trying to find a way to deal with this idea of political ecology, like you mentioned, and recognizing the fact that it is, city and county land, and how do you make peace with that? And I guess, yeah, I can dive deeper into that in the future, but I think a co-governance of the land could be a potential way of getting that kind of sovereignty. I don't know, it's kind of a messy subject. So yeah, it's something to dive into later on.
Well, the question would be, do you actually not avoid it, but do you evade the topic by getting away from the notion of sovereignty to begin with and simply co-governance?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I think you could find some scholars arguing with the concept of sovereignty fundamentally, because the idea of a sovereign is not that comes from a European foundation, and so some people have argued that sovereignty is not the concept that needs to be applied. And I think that this, like what the point that's Alan's bringing up is actually one that you can't really avoid with this project, because to me, like the big one of the biggest questions with this project, because it is a strategy or a framework, right? Maybe more than a design, but I do want to talk about design, is who and how, right? And so, you know, this is not, this is very different than the way that public landscapes are managed,
Right.
right? I mean, that's the whole point of your project, really.
Right.
And one of the most significant ways is people. You know, people have kind of disappeared from the management of public landscapes, minimized. Labor has been minimized as much as possible. And so that's sort of a question that kept coming up for me, is like, who is doing the steward? Who are the stewards? And I think that's a really wonderful opportunity to imagine how it could become a reality. And there, you know, and there are some dangerous points there of, you know, like who owns the land, but who's supplying the labor, and how, you know, how do you navigate that?
Yeah, these are questions I've been asking myself throughout doing this too. I don't know if I have those answers. I envisioned this becoming a partnership, and the city and American Indian peoples coming together to help lead this initiative of how traditional land management practices can be used on in these spaces, in these fallow lands.
I think it's, you know, going back to the citizens of Dallas, I think there needs to be a larger vision of pulling in the citizenry, right? That diverse citizenry of the city. And maybe there are teachers who are leading the way, you know, who fundamentally understand the principles and can guide, but I think it needs to be a broad-based participation.
So one of the ways you might begin to do that also is to triangulate between authorities, responsibilities, and rights. Rights and responsibilities are often the shorthand you'll see on Sunday morning news shows. But responsibilities and authorities are separable. So how do you, again, once you get three parts of anything, it becomes quite messy. It often gives you enough flexibility to see new opportunities. So do that. Also, just a small note before we start talking about design things from the presentation, I would strongly urge you retitle weeding. Because weeding does imply there are winners and losers, and some are plucked away and killed, which is an act of colonization of cultural practices. I know you didn't quite mean it in a kind of genocidal or getting rid of dandelions sort of way, but you've got enough sophistication in terms of trying to approach very difficult terms that it would be a shame to have one word send everything off the rails.
Right.
That was actually one of my design questions, was because that weeding is that selection and what's being weeded and who makes that choice. I was actually just here last night, and the levees are completely covered with plantain, which came with European colonists, but is also a healing plant. So it could be really interesting to think of this as a space of cultural practice, healing, and there's a space for some of those plants with those deeper meanings. But who's making those choices in the practice of weeding in order to bring back the plants that you're proposing?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that would be something to consult maybe American Indian community on what plants would be significant. And at least have some kind of integration of those plants, maybe not necessarily all of them.
along similar lines, just on the same slide, you had the burning and the shaping. And I think that's where I'd love to see a little bit of a diagram that shows where it happens. I think in particular with burning, because you could end up with some interesting patterning where can burning happen when there's a bridge with a highway that crosses the river? Can it happen next to where there's a bridge that could easily be closed off and it becomes a celebratory moment when that bridge is closed to cart vehicular access, so there can be burning nearby? It could be interesting to take, or I'd love to see these different strategies sort of patterned and diagrammed on the site, where it doesn't need to be an exact answer, but beginning to see how they intertwine with each other and with the site conditions.
I think that's what I'm really missing from the project. And I understand this semester was complicated by a lack of access to the site and maybe time. But if you go to, I don't know if there was like a kind of aerial rendering, looking at the path along the river.
The existing or
Not
my proposed?
No, your proposed.
The seasonality.
No, keep going. Maybe it was at the end. It wasn't these little vignettes. It showed that one. Yeah. So, like, I think when I look at this rendering, you know, it makes it really obvious that there's a framework that you're proposing, but there's not a design that you're proposing. And I think you miss out by just saying, you know, like I'm just creating a strategy and it would need to be implemented, right? Like, who knows how it would shift? Because I would love to actually see a speculation on what it could be, similar to what Gwen, you know, some of the examples that Gwen just suggested. But there's also this fact that you have sort of two elements that you've proposed, which is a path that's always there, and this ephemeral path, which is made. Who decides? The stewards decide, but what's its shape and form? What's its scale? You know, do you have anything to offer there? And I think like on the elevated path that is permanent, you know, that experience seems to be kind of monotonous, as it's shown in this rendering, a kind of straight path along the river that is never changing. I mean, I understand that the plants and the water may change around it, but how much? You know, I mean, I do think there's an opportunity for design to create an experience even with the permanent path that's more variable and maybe more interesting. You know, is there a kind of riparian zone, which is, you know, and as elevation changes, you know, it's not all the same prairie. I'm assuming that the riparian edge closest to the water that would be more consistently flooded might have a lot different vegetation than the more upland kind of places. So the path could respond to that as it moves through maybe, you know, a place that has more trees or, you know, is shaded, and sort of experiences for people walking along the river, I would assume would be different, right? Like you might actually be able to identify certain areas of this floodway by different characters and differing sort of geometries and experiences along the permanent path, as well as these ephemeral paths. I think also this came up in relation to one of my students' projects yesterday, but you know, that these the permanent path, right, can serve as a datum to register change. And that's a really interesting idea, one that I think is could be a series of speculations, more than just what you've shown here. You know, where you're designing a changing experience, not just sort of like leaving it to like whatever nature brings. You
Right.
know, I set the straight line in whatever nature brings, but actually,
Well, Carly, thank you for getting us started. We should move on, but I think your project has already raised the questions and themes for the rest of the day. So I appreciate you going first. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Tabitha, you are up next.
Is my audio okay? Your sound? Okay, great.
Yes, great.
Sorry, my computer will take one moment. All right, so my name is Tabitha Tottenbach, and my project is called Prairie with a Purpose. And it is focused on a community in West Dallas, primarily a neighborhood called Westmoreland Heights. So the demographic of the neighborhood is predominantly Hispanic and Latino and African American. The population is not particularly dense, nor is the area particularly large, and that low density is due to the industrial activity. So a little history on the establishment of the neighborhood. So it was founded in 1886. In 1909, the first school was built, and then 1934, Murphy Metals started smelting there. And so they're really the cause of a lot of the troubles that the neighborhood has seen. There's 3 current industrial sectors there. And the one thing that has really tied generations in West Dallas together is, unfortunately, a large amount of poverty that the community has seen. So West Dallas has endured 87 years of toxicity as a result of the lead smelter. The RSR guaranteed medical care for its victims, but years later, people are still suffering from the after effects of lead poisoning, with a mandate to provide care to its victims never enforced. And that toxicity has resulted in vacant land in West Dallas where homes once were. So this map is speaking to the relationship between the industrial land and the vacant land. So as you can see, in West Dallas, there's a large amount of industrial land and a really large amount of vacant land, which we're speaking to as the fallow land. So that timeline of toxicity for West Dallas, so 1934, the smelting started. In 71, the RSR Corporation obtained that smelter. And then 84, the permit was actually denied for the RSR smelter due to health concerns, so they went out of business. 91, the EPA started removing contaminants near the smelter. And then 94, the Dallas Housing Authority started to clear contamination. And as a result of the heavily contaminated houses, 167 buildings were actually torn down. So that's another reason why there is so much vacant land. And then in 95, the EPA declared the former RSR smelter a Superfund site. And that was only after the neighborhood had actually started picketing the EPA offices and protesting because they wanted to obtain funds for cleaning the toxicity. And then 2001, the smelter was actually torn down. So 2021, there has been over 11,000 deaths from the lead contamination in that neighborhood. And that number is expected to be quite a lot higher just because toxicology reports were not being done in the earlier years. The effects of lead poisoning is as severe as death, but also can be brain damage, liver damage, infertility, birth defects, and intellectual disability. So when we're speaking of the lead smelter, it's not just the smelter itself, it's actually pretty widespread throughout West Dallas. So this circle here is indicating where Westmoreland Heights is, and then that intersection there is the designation for the Superfund site. So there's the smelter itself, there's 2 battery making sites here, a small one and then a really large one, and then 3 waste disposal sites. So that's really, really toxic waste disposal that's leaking out throughout the neighborhoods. So you've got the industrial land itself, which has that lead smelter, the battery wrecking facility, and the toxic waste site. So who's most vulnerable when you're looking at the toxicity there? When it's people, it's infants and children, pregnant women, and workers in lead industries. When you're looking at communities, it's low-income people of color, older homes with lead paint, and then homes near the lead industry. So Westmoreland Heights fits into all of these categories. Because it was a battery recycling and a lead smelter, they were releasing massive amounts of lead, arsenic, and other toxins into the community, and they were contaminating soils in the schools, parks, and the homes. So even once that smelter went out of operation, and even when it was torn down, that lead is still there. So it's hiding in the paint of the homes, the pipes and faucets, windowsills, and most importantly, in the soils. And so it's not just the actual industrial site itself, it's the whole neighborhood, all the houses around it that have endured decades of toxic lead smog. That soil is contaminated, and also the groundwater, not to mention the building urban metropolis of Dallas. So you've got these highways and streets that are also releasing large amounts of carbon into the atmosphere. So when we're talking about toxicity, I want to put a number to that. So lead levels, so ppm is parts per million, 80 is residential safe, 400 is priority cleanup, and 1000 is immediate cleanup. So 66 samples were actually taken from that neighborhood adjacent to the Superfund site, and many of these houses were already cleared and tested by the EPA. They said that was great. None of them actually fell into residential safe. So a third of the properties had lead levels above 100. 3 of the properties had lead levels between 80 and 99. 2 properties had lead levels above 400. And then the highest level was actually 591. So when the RSR Corporation was in operation, they were emitting 269 tons of lead particles each year. And lead is the #1 contaminant at Superfund sites, and most of that lead that's released into the environment is retained in the soil. So this condition of lead contamination and houses being torn down has led to this really unique situation of fallow land, which is really intense in Westmoreland Heights. So that toxicity has resulted in over 50% of the neighborhood lying fallow. So the definition of fallow land that I'm using for this project is identified as vacant land in close proximity to industrial or post-industrial sites. So you've got post-industrial around here, and then this is all current industrial land. So the vacant land, that's just literally vacant lots, is 42%. And then if we add into there the houses that have absentee owners, so those dilapidated houses that are definitely around there, it's up to 57%. So that kind of is that design proposition of, as landscape architects, what can we start to do for this community? So of course it falls on the Blackland Prairie ecosystem. So the Blackland Prairie is a disturbance-based ecosystem. So historically, fires would periodically come through the Blackland Prairie and burn it. So after those burns, the soil would actually be able to sequester larger amounts of carbon underground, which is great because we always want to be building that soil volume. There was also large herbivores which suppress that woody vegetation. And so that's why you would get those beautiful big open prairies. Most recently, you had harvesting of tall grasses, which stimulated the root growth. And you've got those deeper, stronger root system, which holds more water, sequesters more carbon, and prevents erosion. So another thing to note, all of West Dallas is in a floodplain, of course. So you really want any strategy to hold more water in the soil. The powers of the prairie are incredible. So the prairie is a carbon sink, which we really need in any urban area. So through the process of photosynthesis, of course, they are grabbing all that carbon and putting it underground and then releasing fresh oxygen, which is amazing. Also, you can use the powers of phytoremediation and mycoremediation. So phytoremediation is using plants to remove heavy metals and toxicities from the soil. There are many ways that plants can do this. So there's phytoextraction, where they're literally taking up those toxins into their biomass. There's phytostabilization, where they're immobilizing those metals and toxicities. There's also phytofiltration, where they're using the plants to filter and remove contaminants from the water, which is really important. So that mycoremediation strategy is using that fungi to decontaminate the soil by removing heavy metals. And that's not only used as a remediation strategy, the fungi and the plants create this beautiful symbiotic relationship, which makes the plants stronger and more resilient in the face of climate change. So it's not only those remediation strategies, it's also ecosystem services. So enhanced wildlife habitat, improved air and water quality, The prairies can be a source of food and medicine, incredible natural beauty, and of course, flood reduction. So the roughage of the prairies slows and sinks water, and then the deep roots allow water to percolate deeper in the soil. Of course, these prairies need someone to maintain them. So this is part of the Green New Deal Superstudio. So we're looking at justice, jobs, and decarbonization. So I've spoken a little bit to the justice and the decarbonization. So now I'll speak to the jobs. So this is about a prairie-based economy, which is an interesting idea. So you'd have kind of 3 tiers of maintenance for the prairies. You'd have the volunteers, which are community members that volunteer their time to revitalize their neighborhood, and that option's also open to companies. You've got the part-time paid, so that's seasonal or year-round part-time work, which is available for the members of the community who wish to receive training on prairie restoration. And then you've got full-time crew lead positions, which are available for community members who wish to become subject matter experts in prairie restoration. So some of those activities would be raking in native seed, removing woody vegetation. So that's something that historically those large herbivores used to do, removing undesirable species such as Johnson grass. You've got a big sunny field, Johnson grass will love it. And then applying that inoculated mulch, so making sure you've got that healthy mycelium network going on. This all can't happen at once. So once you've identified that fallow land, phase 1 is implement a patchwork of prairies to kickstart that remediation and carbon sequestration. Phase 2 is implementing a green belt for flood mitigation, cleaning that storm water, and creating community centers to act as a point of communication for the neighborhood. And then you've got phase 3, which is implementing residential housing and groves of trees. So looking at it more closely, you've got 3 prairie typologies. So you've got the tallgrass prairie, which is acting, creating this edge condition along industrial land and aiding in carbon sequestration. So it's kind of this buffer. You've got the riparian prairie, which is going down the floodplain, and it's occasionally inundated. So those species are happy to be inundated occasionally. And then you've got that pollinator prairie, which is acting as a refuge for migratory birds and pollinator species. And it's also providing a sense of seasonal beauty and creating a sense of place for that neighborhood and the residents. Phase 2 is creating this green belt. So that's going through the flood channel down the middle of the neighborhood. And it's sequestering carbon, of course, it's cleaning the storm water and reducing flooding. And then you've got community centers that are anchored at both ends. So the Greenbelt's acting as a form of transportation for people. And then that community center is acting as a hub. And then you've got phase 3, which is actually implementing that residential housing. So it's owned through a community land trust, and it's long-term affordable housing to prevent displacement in the neighborhood. And then those groves of trees are acting like pocket parks for the neighborhood and sequestering large amounts of carbon. So some of those species that would be in each of those, obviously Blackland Prairie species and the maintenance for each of them. So the tallgrass prairie is not mowed, but it is hand harvested. So it likes that disturbance. Pollinator prairie is mowed once a year. In fall, after all the flowers have gone to seed, you've got the riparian prairie, which is not mowed. It likes that roughage to slow and sink that water. And then you've got the groves of trees, which is mowed, and it's got a ground cover of buffalo grass. So that's really enjoyment for the neighborhood year round. So this project has really been about revaluing relationships, the land, community, and jobs through health, wellness, and local industry all around prairie restoration. So you've got a neighborhood that once was really focused on this industry around lead smelting and turning that into this community that's based around prairie restoration. So just to end, looking at some of those sectional relationships, so that Greenbelt is acting as a much needed thoroughfare to community centers and connects the neighborhood. And that community center has 3 aspects. So you've got the medical, which is providing specialized assistance in lead-based health problems, which is really needed. You've got the outreach component, which is connecting the community to restoration jobs and housing. And then you've got the gallery, which is telling the story of justice and healing through the eyes of the community. Of course, the prairie is sequestering large amounts of carbon and has this really diverse Blackland prairie species. And the residential side, which you've got these long-term affordable houses, which is owned through the community land trust to ensure anti-displacement. The tree groves are reducing the urban heat island effect, which is really needed in Dallas, and of course, sequestering large amounts of carbon that relationship between the residential and the prairie is really beautiful. So it's like this work-live environment where the residents become the stewards for the prairie, which I really love. And then that green belt, of course, is acting as a stormwater capture for flood mitigation and treatment for pollution removal. Thank you.
Thanks, Tabitha. I want to start with a question that might be sort of strange, but somewhere in the middle of the presentation, I didn't.
I'm so sorry. I have to log out and log back in. I can't hear anyone. I'm so sorry.
This is it's awkward timing. All right, she's here. Tabitha? Can you hear us now? You're muted.
I'm so sorry. I'm back. My computer decided
Great.
not to let me do audio. Sorry. Continue, Gwen.
Okay. Welcome back, Tabitha. I sort of wanted to question if you really believe it. In the middle of the presentation, it almost felt like it was a studio prompt and that had to be your resolution. When you got towards the last slides, I started to hear you actually presenting it as a true proposal with excitement behind it. So I was curious how much you actually believe that prairie is the right answer, or would you have gone in a different direction if it wasn't a prairie studio?
I truly believe it. So my last house that I just sold a month ago, the front yard was actually a native prairie. So I got a lot of seeds, spent 5 years restoring the front yard from Native American Seed Company. And I love the idea of pocket prairies. So especially as this patchwork in this community. And that was the very first presentation we did in the studio. I used John Hart Asher's example of his pocket prairie in East Austin, which is of course along the Blackland Prairie as well. And I think it's the most beautiful proposal, honestly. You know, unfortunately, if I didn't show that, that's unfortunate.
No, that's great. I think it almost sounded, it's probably just your presentation. It almost sounded like a little sarcastic of like, and then there's prairie.
Oh,
so I think it's
no,
just
not at all.
how you talk about it. And then just in the middle, it started sounding like you didn't fully believe in it. But it's.
My question is less about your belief in your project and more about like, how do you get other people to believe in it? But first, just let me say thank you for your presentation. And I love how you sort of like walk through all of these issues in the history. It's, I actually found it very compelling. But I'm a landscape architect. And so I'm naturally inclined, as is everyone in this call, to want to see something like this happen. You know, the world outside of our little bubble is quite different. And it's amazing how scary the idea of prairie is to a lot of citizens or, you know, people who, I mean, even in kind of residential work with individual clients, I've encountered like a fear of creatures that grasses will bring, you know, and then there's the love of lawn that still kind of, I think, predominates in many areas across the United States. So how do you get buy-in? Like, I mean, and when you talk about so much about community and the community will steward the prairie, and is that home, like the people living in these homes will of course, want to steward the prairie. They will want to have prairie. How do you get buy-in? How do you get the community to participate? What if they don't want this kind of landscape typology? What if they want a place for their kids to run around, or they have a dog, or like those seem sort of ridiculous on one level, but your final slides really kind of led me to this with the idea of the community center, where the community is telling the story and the community is shepherding this forward. So I don't know, do you have any attitudes or response to that?
Yeah, so I think a lot of that comes down to environmental education. So maybe I live in kind of a utopian bubble, because I have been working with nonprofits and the city the last 5 years since living in Texas. And so I've been working with the Grow Zone program, which does like exactly this. Mostly it's kind of along flood buyouts or along creeks. And so you've got this Grow Zone program, which is no mow, and there absolutely is opposition. I'm not going to sit here and say everybody loves to have, giant tall ragweed everywhere. No, they don't. But through environmental education and stewardship programs where you can, adopt the creek, adopt the park, people absolutely do have more interest once you tell them the environmental factors and why things are happening, and their own enjoyment. So I think that there is a lot of community buy-in, and if the Dallas community is anything like the Austin community, they, their hearts really do open up and they want to contribute and be part of this. But also, to your point where you're talking about like areas where kids can roam and dogs can roam. And so that's why I do have these pocket parks, which are the groves, which are mowed in the more traditional park setting. So you can kind of have that balance, because not everybody wants a wildlife refuge in their backyard.
Well, I mean, and maybe your answer could be kind of related to this idea of phasing. I mean, I think like saying people will buy in, or like people will want to do this because it's the right thing. It is kind of like, I mean, how do you know what people want, and and so there's a difference, maybe there's a difference between sort of different kinds of land, and who sort of is managing the land. But also there's the element of time, which you've included in your proposal. And so, where it's really critical to have the prairie as a remediating strategy, maybe that's before people are living here, where there isn't ownership over the kind of process. I mean, is that how you see it? And how these phases, I really wanted to kind of understand the span of time that we're talking about. And then you spend a lot of time telling us about how plants remediate. But then, like, I'm wondering, okay, but then it just sort of magically happens, right? Like, I mean, what about as the plants pull the lead up into their tissues? How is that just, what happens? Is it cut and disposed? Is it like, where does it go?
Yeah, I think so that's kind of why I phased it. And I initially did have like timelines on each of them, but just the nature of the beast is that it's not like 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, it's more phases. And I think that has to do with actually testing the soil after that first year. But I do think that after that first phase, everything would be need to be cut and disposed of, just because those plants are taking up those heavy metals in their biomass. But that's, another one with the microremediation, which is great. And they're kind of stabilizing those heavy metals, and it is kind of removing it in different aspects. But I do believe the first phase, things would need to be cut and removed off-site, and then those prairies would continue to grow. And that's when you'd be raking in those native prairie seeds and continuing that life cycle of that patchwork of prairie.
So I mean, I think this is one of the areas where I would love to see more development, where it gets messy and hard. you know, and where you actually have to face some of the difficulties rather than painting a kind of idealized picture, which is your project. Your project is very idealized. And, you know, landscape can solve everything, or, you know, design can solve everything. But like the fact that there will be, you know, contaminated plants that need to be disposed of elsewhere. Where and who, you know, who is that impacting? What's the, you know, I think sort of following it through to the to examine some of the difficult consequences, or the points of difficulty in actually making this happen makes it more interesting. Not like Swiss cheese full of holes, but just more interesting.
Mhm.
Tabitha, I'd love to see sort of a mid-scale, and I think it's aligns a lot with what Phoebe was saying of looking at that finer grain. We're almost, how do you appreciate some of the existing conditions and respond to the community that's there? Like maybe Miss Hill's flower garden is actually still considered a pollinator spot, even if it's just her flower garden in the front yard and it has non-native species, but to appreciate the fact that that's still pulling in pollinators. Is there a sale that brings Blackland Prairie plants and people can start to plant them in their own gardens, as opposed to just having like very separated, like this is where someone lives now and this is a pollinator prairie? Can it start to be intertwined a little bit, looking at that finer grain scale, so that the neighborhood actually really feels like they're part of it, they're not just surrounded by it?
Yeah, totally. I think that's where that like patchwork of prairie comes in. So you've got these designated plots that are identified as a fallow land, but as the community buy-in happens, people are like, this is great, I want to be a part of this. And they get to choose what kind of prairie they want to have in their yard. And if they want to be a steward of the greater prairie, or if they just want to steward the, you know, Blackland Prairie in their yard, and to what level of engagement. And I think that would be wonderful. And that's where I really imagine it becoming this this patchwork throughout residential houses everywhere, is, you know, in my like idealized vision.
I mean, I think it might be a scale issue, because you either show the full neighborhood where it's hard to show that fine grain, and then you jump in really quickly to the diagrammatic sections that don't show the, like you cut and show the different typologies, but you don't show what those edges between the typologies are, where it makes the residential feel super separate from the prairie. And you wouldn't have such a, I imagine you wouldn't have such a sharp divide. There might be a little bit of prairie-ness in the residential and a little bit of something tamer, for lack of a better word, in the prairie. So just to love to see that sort of next level finer grain detail, looking at those, how everything intermixes and what your edge conditions are like between typologies.
I think, yeah, I agree with everything said, but given the project with Carly's, we had to talk political ecology. Here, we actually have to talk chemistry. And you're not actually doing phytoremediation. You have to be doing a more limited sense of phytoextraction, because the plants can't do anything. Well, part one, lead has to be in the right form to actually be even absorbed in the plant material. And so do you actually have the right ions of the version of lead you've got? That's not been demonstrated yet. Two, once you've got it, there are some fescues that do okay about this stuff, but also with lead itself, you tend to only be able to extract the top like 8 inches of lead. And once you get below that, it starts failing. So prairie plants use deep roots. So are they really the best plants to do this, as opposed to cabbages? Cabbages are good for lead, by the way, but that's cabbage farming. And you still have to then move everything away, right? Which is Phoebe's point. I don't know for this, the motive is clearly good. I don't know if prairies are the right mix of plants to do this. That's part of this. You do have a sort of just processing part that goes along with this. And also, you have to come up with, if this is going to work, phasing after 1 year doesn't do you a lot of good. Phytoremediation takes years, if not decades. And so we actually need to know, from the audience's perspective, like, what's this actual time horizon? Because there's a reason that the EPA sometimes does phytoremediation when it can for certain kinds of chemicals, and other times when they just bring in the dump trucks and cart stuff away and restore it. And there's there's a sort of balance between what a biophysical system can do by itself versus the social concerns of a community. And right now, again, it's chemistry. You don't have the chemistry described in the project to let us follow you on this path.
I mean, the best plants are, really kind of the sunflower, the mustard, the poplar. They're not Blackland Prairie species, so they kind of come in at the back end and do the hard work.
But then I guess back to the question about should this really be a prairie? And if you had a choice to say, Maggie, hey, I got this great idea, but it ain't going to be prairie now.
The prairie is still acting as a carbon sink for the community, so they may not be the most ideal species for the lead remediation, but a massive part of the Green New Studio is building that soil and removing decarbonization in this neighborhood. So I think from that aspect, the prairie is the best aspect there.
I agree with that, but you've got a chronic problem of carbon and an acute problem of lead. And solving chronic and acute problems are just different. And so I think the thesis that you laid out, you've got to handle the acute problem first.
I'm loving the points that Alan is bringing up, not because I want your project to sink, Tabitha, but because I think it's like,
and neither do I, by the way.
And this is like but it's super interesting, right? That this project is actually really about soils. It's about, what happens when you want to use the soil as a carbon sink. And a lot of people are really interested in that right now, me included. But you have soils that are contaminated. And so what, and it seems like there are different timelines. There's the acute and the chronic, there's, but you have this, this material, this, living kind of ecology that under the ground that is heavily contaminated. And I don't know, I think that this, to be really convincing, this project, maybe needs like another semester where you really dive deeply into the difficulties of this and the process more and get more specific with like what happens to the soil. How does the remediation actually work? Because I think that changes things. And it relates to this idea of displacement and to like, kind of engaging the community that's there. Because what happens if people, what if people need to be displaced in order for the soils to be removed because they just can't be remediated? Or, I don't know. I think there are just so many questions that the way the project is presented now, to me, it feels like a lot of magical thinking and, a lot of kind of like best case scenario and also a very heavy imposition of the designer on a community. While you say the community is served and engaged, it doesn't feel like it. It feels more like, you're directing very heavily how this is going to happen, even down to like the plant choices that people can make in their own yards. So I think that's a little bit of a contradiction and something you should wrestle with.
Tabitha, I appreciate you opening up these questions, and we're going to move on to Katie now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can you see it? Because it says screen sharing is paused.
Yeah, we can see it. I don't know if you want to do full screen. It's still in the sort of frame of the PDF.
Okay.
Great, looks good.
Okay, great. So my proposal focuses on reinvesting in the existing railroad infrastructure in Dallas, as well as remediating adjacent contaminated sites along these corridors. The railroad infrastructure currently in Dallas has a history of being used for a lot of industrial purposes. So there's a mix of like landfills and old smelter sites, which have been laid along the rail lines because the railroads were used to transport a lot of these materials to and from places. In this area, these landscapes are often ignored due to their industrial uses. So the site I'm focusing on is this Dixie Metals plant along the Union Pacific Railway. It's adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant of Dallas, as well as an industrial recycling facility, all south of downtown in Cadillac Heights. There is also a proposed high-speed rail line, which will come around the site along I-45 and run along the Trinity River. Due to the nature of this old smelter site, there are a large amount of contaminants on site. So the land has been fenced off and capped by the EPA. And there's been testing to see the arsenic and lead in the site, as well as the contaminants that are adjacent to the site from the railroad, like arsenic, creosote from the railroad ties, as well as like lead and copper from the industrial usage of the rail line. So the majority of the site consists of lead contamination in this northern portion because the smelting facility, which smelted lead from batteries, was up here. And then the majority of the site holds lead and arsenic just due to the smelting processes that took place on the site, as well as, like I mentioned, the creosote and arsenic contamination along the rail line. So the proposal focuses in on this Dixie's metal site along the Union Pacific and creates a new prairie in order to remediate the site, as well as to call attention to this landscape that we have turned our backs on. And then along the new high-speed rail line, there will be a wet prairie which runs along the Trinity River. Currently, along the industrial rail, there's simply a grassy, degraded swale, which lacks a lot of maintenance and care and shows just this disinvestment in these rail corridors. And then along I-45, where the high-speed rail is proposed to be built, there's just a lot of like grasses and small trees. So by creating this new high-speed rail line, we can invest in this landscape and create a new wet prairie to create views out from the high-speed rail. So in order to reinvest in these rail landscapes, prairie plantings are used in order to create more texture and bring color and pattern in order to reinvigorate these areas, which are often ignored. So the industrial rail focuses on more remediative species, while the high-speed rail focuses more on creating pattern, color, and texture for more enjoyment when looking out upon the landscape. So looking at the Dixie Metal site, a system of prairie plantings is used in order to remediate the site. with zones of pollinator plantings amongst berms, which create pattern and draw the eye out amongst the landscape from the industrial rail line. On site, prairie grasses create contrast with the pollinator zones to create visibility of the areas being treated for pollutants, as well as contrast in the different textures of the plantings. Form is created by using these new capped berms, which allow for more soil volume to be placed on top of the existing cap, which creates safer spaces for pollinators and humans to occupy in time. Then along the high-speed rail, repetition is created with the use of hedgerows of trees, which serve as a windbreak along the rail line and highway, and creates a visible landscape to draw one's eyes out amongst this new area. So sectionally, currently the landscape is just a capped lawn pretty much, which has been fenced off around the site with a lot of contaminants in the soil. So as this prairie is planted, the grasses and forbs will begin to grow, and the site will still remain fenced off from the public to prevent access as remediation takes place. Then after a decade or so, the prairie will continue growing and remediating some of the species or some of the pollutants and holding lead within the soil, while people are invited back into the landscape with a new bike path which weaves throughout the new berms. So the forbs on site are used to attract pollinators as well as to create pattern and zones of color in the landscape in order to highlight this new area. In order to remediate the landscape, a mixture of tall grasses with long roots will hold the lead in the soil, as well as extract contaminants like arsenic, so they aren't moved off-site. So as lead is not readily bioavailable to plants to really uptake, the idea is more to hold the lead in the soil through phytostabilization with these long root systems and tall grasses. And then this brake fern is a hyperaccumulator of arsenic and will uptake pollutants at about a 10 times higher rate than some of the other grasses. So it's special in this case for phytoextraction on site. Thinking about maintenance, the site will have to be tested for the soil contamination to gauge which zones are contaminated and how much. And then as this is done, plants and forbs will be seeded and plugged throughout the landscape in order to create this prairie process. Then annually, maintenance will need to be done, which will include harvesting and disposing of grasses in off-site hazardous waste facilities, as well as continuing to test the soil and plant materials for contamination to gauge the remediation process. Looking at the plantings along the high-speed rail line, a palette of pollinator species are used alongside grasses, which can tolerate wet feet, to be planted in bands of color in order to create zones of texture and color for overlooking on from the rail line. And finally, these are what it would look like from the high-speed rail line throughout the season. So in the spring, with a majority of purple blooming flowers, summer with a mixture of red and purple flowers, and then in the fall when the landscape begins to change. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Katie. You didn't talk that much about the neighborhood, Cadillac Heights. Can you tell us about what you know?
Yes, so a lot. Oh God. Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second because my computer is not behaving. Okay, so Cadillac Heights, there's been, due to the smelter site, there's been a lot of buyout of the houses, and a lot of them have been like torn down, and really there's just a lot of vacant area because of all the contamination. And so they're like in the process of trying to like continue to buy out houses, I believe. Yeah, that's about all that I know.
I ask because I was just curious about this idea of, I mean, it's a thin and long piece of land that seems to be kind of sandwiched between these industrial or formerly industrial uses. And just thinking about like, will people actually use this landscape? Because like I'm trying to get a handle on your design moves of, you know, creating this topography and how that relates to people coming into the site, who's coming by, you know, what kind of neighborhood adjacencies are there, and yeah, like is this just going to be is this really going to be inhabited feasibly, or is it, you know, is it this sort of forgotten sliver that no one will come to?
Yeah, I don't really have an answer to that.
I think I think that's an area that the project, where the project could be enriched to understand. Like I think the sort of remediation moves, as far as my knowledge goes, seem somewhat sensible, but because you're, you know, proposing in this phase 2 year that visitors will access, it just leads me to question like what visitors and bike path, you know, like what are the larger networks that you're connecting to, who could potentially be coming to the site? How does it fit into the evolution of the neighborhood over time? Maybe connect to some larger parcels of land. Is it an experimental demonstration?
Katie, something I think that could really enrich this is if your site conditions map where you showed us the location of Dixie Metals, the adjacent water treatment plant, or adjacent site recycling, it shows the current conditions. But when I saw it, I really wanted to start to see it as, like, imagine the map of the Mississippi as it's moved over time. And the Dixie Metal plant wouldn't have just been that sliver, at least I don't imagine, that's just currently where the contaminants of the Dixie Metal plant had ended up. And there's other layers. I'm sure there had been other industrial sites before that water treatment plant was built. What's the history? And that layering of previous uses will start to imagine a soil layering map where you'll have different things happening on different contaminants and different experiences of what built the soils in different areas around it. Understanding, was the neighborhood always a neighborhood? Was there some, I mean, obviously not always, but was there a use to that land before the neighborhood was built on it, an industrial use, to really show the richness of the site and how it's changed over time, because the way you showed it shows it being static and like a static current condition of where those contaminants ended up instead of the story of how they got there.
So Katie, insert most of what I talked to Tabitha about chemistry, although you gave us some more, which was helpful. I'm still not convinced your timelines are correct, given the plants you've got. But also, this picks up from Phoebe's comment about the site, the sort of the size of the site. Does it connect? Does it not connect? You have these, in some ways, weird little parcels. And you might actually even want to say embrace the weird little parcelness of these things. You're not doing anything territorial, not by any stretch of the imagination. But to the degree you might be looking at phytoremediation in places that people might see it still from a distance, I'm thinking of Mel Chin's garden in Minneapolis, which has a name like Resurrection or Revival or Redo It. I'm not quite sure, but Mel Chin, somewhere up in Minneapolis. I believe the Walker Art Center was its sort of producer, if not patron. It's small. It's actually much smaller than your first site that you showed.
Revival Field.
That's it. It's also a little bit intimidating. I've never been there. I'm not sure. Well, I don't think I'd be allowed just to go. But it's got like rings of fences and barbed wire and some other things. So you can see it from the inside. And when people go in, unlike the section that you showed, people go in with Tyvek hazmat suits because they are extracting toxin from the ground. And so I think your sort of maintenance care section was a little too charming for what might actually be made if you're going to try to do this work with biotic materials. But from Mel Chin's point of view, saying, look, I've got this weird little parcel. It's dangerous, but can I make it into something that shows off the fact that we're fixing it? And in a way that actually becomes, we'll call it just visually arresting. I'll use that phrase. That makes people want to look at it. So if you think about some of the larger goals of the studio, how do landscape architects engage larger questions? Sometimes it's with a big showy demonstration project. And you're not claiming to fix the planet, right? But you are using your skills as a designer, which includes not just the aesthetic stuff, but again, the chemistry stuff, or with friends you've got who know the chemistry stuff, to make something visible, right? That's a different thing, I think, for the new high-speed rail line. I think on that one, I would say that is again, I understand the revolving strategy you've got. But on that is, if you're going to design that, then you have to design it for speed. What does someone see when they're cruising by at whatever Amtrak's going to tell, or Elon Musk is going to tell us is the speed of this thing, right? You've got someone in a bullet train at 180 miles an hour going through the landscape. They are not going to be looking directly, 90 degrees outside their window. They'll get motion sickness. They're going to be looking somehow front diagonal. And so what does it mean to see and recognize things at that? That's a drawing we didn't see. But I think if you're going to design that, you've got to show that to us.
Thank you so much, Katie. I appreciate you taking on these questions of how we bring visibility to these overlooked sites. And the question of these long linear lines has been fun to work with you on. Thanks. Sean, I think you're up next.
Hello, yeah.
Great, thanks.
You guys see that?
Yes.
Okay, hopefully everything loads correctly. Okay, so by utilizing fallow land within the city of Dallas, we can begin to envision a new neighborhood typology, one which is connected to the environment, one that invites in environmental flows, and one that brings an economic opportunity in the form of connections to the land. So by analyzing vacancy, we can explore how previously vacant lots can be converted into agents of remediation and community healing. So by reintegrating the prairie into the urban fabric, we can take advantage of the many benefits, which we've already discussed, but the many benefits that a healthy prairie system can bring to a residential area. But I think it's important to give some kind of historical and current context of what the existing prairie condition is right now. So historically, the prairie would run in 3 major bands of grassland ecologies, basically from the northern Canadian border all the way down towards the border with Mexico. We're in the Blackland Prairie region currently, and so within Dallas County, I think it's just important to highlight the fact that a majority of what was kind of this holistic system has been separated and degraded, and in many cases completely eradicated from the urban fabric. So why is that important? Well, as a couple other colleagues have mentioned, there's power in a healthy prairie system. So from an urban standpoint, we know that a healthy prairie system has the power to absorb and treat pollutants and deal with issues of urban runoff. Native tallgrass prairie species can absorb 9 inches of rainfall per hour before any kind of runoff occurs. And 1 acre of established healthy prairie can intercept of water during a 1-inch hour rain event. Can you guys still hear me? Okay. Likewise, related to air pollution, healthy prairie systems contain large root systems, which aids in the absorption of air pollutants. And we know that healthy prairie ecosystems have the ability to provide incredible benefits in the ways of trapping and degrading and removing pollutants through the rhizosphere, which is the thin substrate soil layer where there's a complex chemistry between the roots and microbes. Now, these microbes have the power to absorb and degrade pollutants through a variety of processes, which we've already discussed, but they can intake them and convert them to less harmful states. They can take in the pollutants and hold them within the root mass, or they can degrade them to less harmful states. So why does that matter? What do we do with that? Well, we know that vacancy or fallow land is an issue within the urban condition. And so this map is mainly there just to highlight that it's not just Dallas itself, but cities generically, especially in Texas, we have these large land masses, and these are the percentages of fallow vacant plots within each city just surrounding the city of Dallas. So there's a lot of opportunity to invite the prairie in to these vacant spaces. So when I begin kind of drilling down into Dallas itself, I wanted to explore potential areas of intervention So I began kind of this system of layering of information on it to see kind of where things would intersect in the areas of potential intervention. And we have a history in this country of using transit and infrastructure as a tool of racialization and segregation. And what I mean by that is through transit development and urban renewal, we've carved through existing neighborhoods, separating them from one to another, redlining, physically separated and segregated people by color and class. This 2010 census racial dot map shows that the segregation that happened during redlining has effectively stayed static over the last 50, 60 years. And then I overlaid that with a current mapping data of what's going on in terms of the distribution of fallow lots within the city, and really kind of drilled down into, excuse me, these two areas where I saw a lot of intersection and overlap between the two of them. Now, this West Dallas Trinity Grove was the area that Tabitha was in, and I think another number of other colleagues are investigating this area, but I chose to look at this South Dallas area in particular because it's more of a residential area, and there's a number of interesting and kind of complicated policy decisions that have been made over the last several decades that have led to issues of high prevalencies of vacancy and fallow land there. So I chose to kind of dig deeper into that. So looking at kind of context of the area and why I think it's kind of ripe for intervention. This sits at kind of an interesting confluence of areas. So the population of Dallas has been growing pretty much consistently year over year for the last almost 100 years. And while many cities like New Orleans or Philadelphia or Detroit have gone through these kind of boom bust cycles of population growth that have led to issues of vacancy, Dallas itself doesn't really seem to have that population boom bust cycle. So that's kind of led me to question, why is there so much vacancy going on there? But just contextually speaking, you know, you have issues of development pressure coming from a expanding kind of urban downtown core, the Great Trinity Forest, which sits adjacent to the area of investigation, which is a 6,000 acre bottomland forest, which is one of the largest kind of urban forests within the US. The hatched zone represents different grades of flood zone. So area of intervention is kind of sitting within an existing floodplain. And then these orange dots represent industrial or kind of chemical facilities that are kind of adjacent to and south of the area, which is important to know that 80% of annual winds come from the south. So we're dealing with kind of this complex layer of developmental history, but also this kind of interesting series of environmental conditions. So when I kind of started exploring the area further, I was really surprised to find that just kind of within this outer zone of investigation, there was over 2,500 vacant lots. So that kind of had me asking why is there so much vacancy there? And so ultimately, like I explained with the population growth, there's been growth year after year for almost 100 years within the city. So it can't necessarily be population that's affecting this issue of vacancy. So it's really related to a series of policy decisions. So these three kind of issues over here are the main infractions that the city tickets homeowners for. So having unkept yards, substandard structures, or issues of illegal dumping. So these things can compound because if you don't pay your bills, the city is actually able to put a lien on your property and confiscate it. On top of that, and maybe even more importantly, is an issue of what's called heirs property rights, which is where these large proportion of homes within this region are affected by this issue, where you have an original homeowner, they die without a will that explains how the property should be distributed to their heirs. So just automatically the parcel gets distributed to however many heirs they have automatically. Now, if they don't clarify ownership through a will, then the property ownership and responsibility gets split even further. So you can see that there's these kind of compounding of issues related to ownership of the homes. And then when you add on this kind of prevalence of ticketing for these infractions, you often don't know who actually owns the property and thus who might be responsible for that, for the maintenance and for any kind of paying infractions. And you can end up in situations where people have lived in the home for generations, but don't necessarily have the legal paperwork to explain ownership of that. So just these kind of policy issues are additive to each other, and they kind of help lead to this issue of a high prevalency of vacant lots. So given that this area in and of itself contains 2,500 vacant parcels, that was kind of a large parcel to start investigating. So I wanted to kind of drill down even further to see what's happening almost on a block by block radius to understand, number one, what's happening, and number two, how can we elicit a series of landscape interventions within these vacant parcels. So drilling down into that block, each of these hatched areas represents a vacant parcel just within this 4-block radius. And so I kind of started linking up a series of investigative tools, or like kind of understanding what's going on the ground plane. And so I saw that human flows basically are running in more or less a north-south access through kind of the built road structures. But I also started to notice that there's potential linkages running east and west across the sites, and starting to think about landscape interventions that might be able to move people east-west through those corridors. There's kind of like first iterations of thinking about how to join lots or look at solo lots as adjacencies, kind of almost like a corridors and patches network. And then again, as mentioned, the site sits adjacent to the Trinity Forest. So could we use this area as a test site for potential interventions that may have local benefit, but also when expanded, might be able to connect us to kind of these larger environmental systems that are next door. So then I started kind of, given some of the environmental contextual issues I mentioned earlier, started thinking about how to join spaces or activate them in different ways. And so, sorry, pulling my notes up. So kind of drilling down into the analysis, I saw several different kind of placemaking typologies. So along this southern edge, we have adjacencies to road infrastructure, those kind of different industrial facilities I mentioned earlier that are agents of potential air pollution. So these would become buffer lots. So we know that there's a series of prairie plant typologies, as mentioned earlier, that have power to break up and absorb air pollutants. We have these kind of larger connective spines of lots that we could be using as kind of ecosystem lots. So these would be joined to build urban kind of greenway corridors between lots and through the neighborhood. These yellow lots, which are kind of sitting adjacent to these larger ones, are what I'm calling economic opportunity lots. And these kind of have a flexible capability to them, but thinking of ways in which these lots might be activated to bring economic benefit to the neighborhood. So these could either be farmed or planted with crops that residents from the area could grow and harvest and sell, or also these could be training grounds for kind of a new green collar type of economy. This landscape is going to require a different series of maintenance strategies that would be typical for kind of a normal mow and blow type scenario. So thinking of how these lots might first go through a series of training grounds where you're training people how to maintain this landscape, but also we know that there's growing residential pressure on there. So in time, these lots might be converted to additional housing stock. And then finally, you have kind of these flex drifter lots in between, which could be activated as pollinator habitat to provide closer adjoining structures between the lots, or they could also be activated as nurseries to grow prairie plants and trees that might be plugged into some of these other systems. And then finally, kind of looking through a series of the interventions and what they might look like. So we're in a floodplain, so thinking about how we may, in some situations, invite kind of water and environmental flows back into those spaces and how they might be activated. And kind of those larger central core spines, how even just between houses, we are able to create kind of a dense, more immersive experience, inviting people in. So you have prairie plants, but you also have areas of play and areas of walkthrough and respite. So kind of integrating this idea of a training ground into the neighborhood. So within what was fallow lots becomes activated spaces where people can be trained to plant and maintain the landscape, but also potential areas where housing stock might be developed over time. And then finally, this idea of kind of a buffer lot, how we can use kind of a densely planted southern edge to kind of help break up the winds that are coming from the south to deal with issues of wind pollution, but also through fencing and mown paths, we're showing people that these are lots that maybe have a wild typology, but they're also managed and cared about, hopefully inviting people into the spaces. And then finally, how this system might kind of start linking together to have these larger path networks in areas that have larger segments of fallow land. But then you also are going to have kind of economic opportunity lots adjacent to that, areas where you might let in water, et cetera. And then finally, kind of the final vision of how, if successful, this kind of land use typology might get extrapolated throughout the city at a more urban scale to start connecting corridors, creating a series of buffer lots, et cetera, and kind of inviting in environmental flows in areas where historically there has been water moving through, but has now been channelized. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah.
You brought up the really interesting reality of the issues with heirs property. And I think in 2018, there was some legislation passed that has helped diminish some of the issues with heirs property. But it makes me wonder if you can respond to that in some way in your site design. Is there a space for a lawyer's office to help people secure right to their land? And then if this is successful, it is adjacent to, or it's very close to downtown Dallas. It's close to, new initiatives at Fair Park. If land values here start to increase, how do the success of this and adjacent projects, how do you ensure that people don't get displaced in different ways? So I think because you brought up the heirs property, it makes me, in addition to the job opportunities, want to really start thinking how you might have plans for land and land ownership and stability within the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, the issue of making an area desirable and thus like how that raises property values, I think is just a common issue in most urban areas. And honestly, I don't know how you keep people there specifically. I think one of the things that came up in the last review, though, that I hope I addressed a little bit, though, was kind of the first iterations of this proposal didn't really have anything related to housing, knowing that there is development pressure within the area, and just kind of walking the streets in Google Maps, you're starting to see some of these parcels developed. And so that was kind of where I integrated this idea of these flex lots being kind of a twofold process. One is ideally you're bringing residents of the neighborhood in and training them on how to maintain the landscape, and then they can go forth and kind of maintain it. But also those lots then can be transitioned over to housing stock. But honestly, in terms of like keeping existing residents there, I'm not sure. I think the idea of maybe integrating kind of like that community legal service thing into it, I think is a great idea though, because you're right. And it seems like the heirs property issue predominantly affects neighborhoods of color because they haven't traditionally had access to legal services to kind of clarify those things. And so I think that I think that's a great idea going forward.
But then how do you do the math on the second order effects? Should you even do this, not knowing how to resolve what might come?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worthwhile to explore. I mean, because currently most of the lots are just sitting vacant. So if we do nothing, I would argue, given the development pressures that are forced on, that are currently activated around the neighborhood, most of these lots would just purely then be developed. And so, yeah, maybe there's more housing stock there, but if you have new housing, maybe the prices go up, and thus kind of continuing the cycle. Whereas with this approach, it's kind of trying to reframe the lens of saying, these are communities that traditionally haven't had access to outdoor space. They haven't had access to green space. And so it's trying to maybe put a stopgap there between, or before it gets completely redeveloped, to use the lots as an opportunity to provide that environmental and kind of the health aspects of having green spaces in neighborhoods that haven't traditionally had them.
Okay, I think we're back to political ecology conversations. How are you defining green space?
Well, in this context, it's areas that are currently unmanaged empty lots that are converted to prairie-based ecologies that are actively managed, that have new kind of access points of path networks and stuff that you can actually go put people into those spots to be activated.
Okay. But everyone, I'm looking at the plot plan, everyone's got a yard. Everyone has access to some kind of nature should they choose to walk outside. Now, do they have the big live oak tree that they might want? No, but they've got outdoor space available to them. So then we go to another challenge which you brought up, maintenance. Who pays to install and maintain these? Because that part alone is going to increase property taxes. And I will not let you do the usual landscape architecture student answer of, no, the neighbors will just do it by themselves. Because again, the neighbors have their own backyards. So you need a mechanism to actually build and maintain these other lots, which has a property tax likelihood. Also, then we're back into the spiral of gentrification. Wow, these things have been invested in and built as this new kind of pocket neighborhood park thing, which is increasing. It has a sort of reverse cycle of both sales prices, which then also increase property taxes, which put further costs or burdens on the people who may live there. Unless you can come up with strategies for this sort of spiral of development, or actually spiral of progress. I want to use progress as the capital P in the sense of the way economic land things usually think of it. I'm not saying it's good, but what's dominant. I'm afraid that you've proposed a solution that makes a landscape architect feel good, but doesn't do right by a larger society.
I, yeah, I mean, I think all the work you've done here is really great as far as, you know, a kind of design process and I don't know, like building a narrative around your project and all of that. But I think it doesn't, Alan, what did you say? It doesn't do right by the larger society. It doesn't do right by the community that's here. And I think like you start us off in that direction by talking about the problem, which is, you know, these sort of discriminatory policies and loss of property. But then it just seems like what you're actually proposing is maybe going to fuel that initial problem that you set out. So, and I think that what has to maybe underpin something like this is something, you know, that may have been very hard to do in this semester, which is actually making contact with this community, interviewing people, understanding who are these people and what would serve them in their lives. Because there's a very sort of generic quality to the like, oh, we're going to make a kind of like a prairie ecology on these lots. And, you know, you're sort of like instituting a landscape typology or a plant community, you know, in a parcel, which is land that maybe could serve this community. And yeah, like what are their specific needs and desires? I think that like people generally often don't really care about having a biodiverse prairie in their neighborhood. And so again, like I think that the studio is positing like a difficult proposition. You know, I don't know, like there's a lot of like imposition from the outside here, and not very much like generative from within, which I think is what you want to do. Like I can see that, and I really enjoy these sections because they show to me actually like a development of the land that is maybe specific and interesting. Like the human scale experience sheet that I'm looking at on my other monitor, where, you know, it looks like maybe there's like play areas for like a playground. So it's not just like this is a prairie. This is, you know, maybe there are plantings, but there are other uses that come in, and the economic flex slots, like, yeah, that's a great suggestion, but like specifically how and what, you know, it's hard to evaluate it because it's very generic at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sean, I love the impetus behind the work. And this is one of those challenges that Maggie, I don't want to say Maggie set you up. We'll blame Billy Fleming at Penn for setting everyone up. Because, or AOC, this notion of the Green New Deal, if it's going to be a new deal, it actually has to cut across not just our own professional interests, but across a swath of ways our economy and our societies are structured. Typically, we will all work, and all professionals will work project by project. So there's only so much a project can do. Can it be a leading edge? Yes. Can it be a following edge? Perhaps. You mentioned new typology. I cringe almost every time I hear someone say that. Typologies are general, and often just tuning an existing typology to a new site is a challenging thing enough. And so I don't think you use the word disingenuous. I know what you meant, but it's like, maybe we should just look for commonality so we actually can work towards scale. Okay. And in this case, I worry that the Green New Deal, this is not just you, I worry in general that when landscape architects talk about the Green New Deal, we forget about the rest of the gray infrastructure that is necessary to support an urban or suburban area. Because one of the things that your proposal does, which is true in shrinking cities, is it increases the marginal cost of infrastructure maintenance to those who remain. Right? So you've got a sewer main, which is supported by the taxes of 50 people, but now it's 35 people. So it creates lots of weird scales of imbalance. And so I think part of the good part of the Green New Deal is, in some cases, we are thinking about how to leverage energy systems. But a lot of the other stuff I don't think is at the level of necessary discussion that it should be. So again, I think the impetus was great. Some of the examples are very promising, but the not quite ready yet on the second and third order of effects makes this thing also dangerous.
Okay, fair point. So if I might ask, I mean, I think this is something that's come up time and time again in all of our studios, the idea of how landscape projects can often lead to gentrification or increased economic opportunity around the sites. How do you guys think of, I mean, outside of purely just like a community engagement thing, like it seems like anytime you were to beautify an area, the necessary repercussion of that is like an increase in property value, which harms people that are already having issues of economic inopportunity. How do you suggest, just like generically speaking, how do you suggest balancing that, the idea of like wanting to take a fallow kind of blighted lot and turn it into something that's nice without obviously the intention of harming a resident next door? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense. And of course, if we actually had the perfect answer, if any of us had the perfect answer to that, we'd be running HUD or something.
Yeah.
But I think, so there are a couple of things. One is, what's the actual unit of spatial or social analysis you're looking at? Okay, because there's only so much you can do at a house. And a neighborhood gives you a little more flexibility, and a district gives you a bit more flexibility beyond that. So if you think about how you're changing a lot, not a lot many, but a lot, do you provide for new opportunities for different kinds of growth or development within it? Right? So that is, you get rid of a single family home, or you put pressure on a single family home, but are there duplexes or things that can be converted to duplexes that still allow for some level of broader economic affordability for all? If we think about, actually, if you just think about the prairie ecosystems that you're working with, no one builds a prairie from scratch, right? Prairies have to be first seeded with one kind of thing, and then at some point you get some more stuff, and then finally you get the indigo to come in and settle in. Then you got something mature going on. At least that's what happened in the upper Midwest. I don't know what comes in third down here. But each change makes a new opportunity. So are you also making new opportunity in terms of variety and variability? That can be a mental test that you're doing. Your scheme as presented doesn't give that other flexibility beyond. It does say, I'm going to do this really great, awesome thing here. Watch your wallets. I think that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is through, and this is now not the stuff of landscape architecture, but through the way financing and taxation is generally handled. In the United States, we view development opportunities as a right, not as a privilege. But in other parts of the world, it's a privilege. And that may include paying into a larger system to provide some of the broader structures that still provide those other opportunities for others. And then we're back to the larger economy of what we think about for a Green New Deal. So you can begin to look for those connections. As a landscape architect, you probably won't get a chance to move those levers yourself. But if you're aware of them and provide the paths, the sort of network diagrams, you begin to protect yourself from some of the kinds of criticism that we've had today.
And I'll just throw this out there as a probably unpopular thought, but you know, just like automatically assuming that fallow land is degraded and worthless is, I think, I don't know. I think you're maybe missing a lot. You know, often like vacant lots have a mystery and a use and a significance to people that, you know, someone who's not there every day might not see. And so again, like I think to really develop this on a finer grain of like even like a kind of ethnographic study of these landscapes that are no longer being lived on, but are definitely part of the community is sort of required before you know, develop a sensitive, if you're trying to develop a sensitive proposal, right? Like you have to understand what's there and be able to see it before you can propose what how it should be transformed, if at all.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And thank you all for some great comments and conversation this morning. This is a really great start to the day. We are going to wrap up our first session here so that we can take a break and reconvene at 12:30. Alan and Gwen, I think we no longer have you for the rest of the day. So I really appreciate you joining us for this first session and for all of your thoughtful comments. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Well done, everyone.
Thanks. Hi, Katie.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, how are you?
Pretty good. I'm glad I could make it today.
Yeah, I appreciate you making time. I know it's a busy, it sounds like it's been a really busy couple months.
It has been a really busy couple of years, to be honest. I feel like there hasn't really been a lull in a while, but yes, it's good.
Yeah, that is good. Well, we're just finishing up a break here, so folks should be coming back soon. We went a couple minutes long. It wasn't too bad, but I think everybody's quickly grabbing a bite to eat before we get into it this afternoon.
No worries. I'm just, I'm going to have to hop off right at 2:30 because I have to hitch a ride to the airport. So.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that is a serious, hard stop. I think we should be fine. We have 3 presentations and we've been doing half an hour each. So that should be no problem. Great. So glad you're here. Hi, Christy.
Hey, Maggie, how's it going?
All right. We had a good first session and now we're getting ready for the second. I appreciate you joining us.
No,
Hi, Isaac. Oh, sorry.
Hello. My head has magically appeared where Gwen's was 10, 20 minutes ago.
Excellent.
Walk seats.
All right. Okay. Excellent. We have all of our viewers. Okay, we have assembled. This is great. I am excited to start the second session of landscape architecture reviews. This is the Advanced Studio 696 Prairie Time. And we are joined by some new critics for this session. So I'm just going to ask each of the critics to just briefly introduce yourself. Katie, do you mind kicking us off?
Sure. My name is Katie Coyne. I'm a principal at Asakura Robinson. I lead our urban ecology studio that really works at many different scales, everything from site scale design driven by ecology and equity, all the way up to regional planning that might be more focused on climate resilience or parks and public health. My work is national, but a lot of focus on Texas, particularly Houston and Austin. And I'm a certified ecologist and a certified planner, and serve on a lot of different roles for the city of Austin in terms of like volunteer boards and commissions related to environment and sustainability.
Great, thank you. Christy, do you mind going next?
Hi, everybody. My name is Christy Sheremy. I'm the head of landscape architecture at the Knowlton School, Ohio State University, and I'm thrilled to be here. I actually grew up in Texas, and so it's a little bit of a homecoming, and appreciate the chance to see your work.
Thank you so much. Phoebe, do you mind going next?
Sure. I'm Phoebe Liquor. I think I know everyone here. I'm an associate professor in landscape architecture at UT. and attended the first session, so excited to see more work.
Thanks. And Isaac.
I'm Isaac Cohen. I'm an associate here at Studio Outside in Dallas and have had the pleasure of working with this group about every other week for a couple hours. So kind of been like critic in residence here since people weren't able to visit Dallas. We were their eyes and ears and feet on the ground here. But I think the one thing I've come to realize, and I think Gwen said this after hearing maybe Evan on a previous review, is that I'm trying to normalize knowing every single thing about the city you live in that's possible. So the students are doing great at it. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to seeing where everyone has evolved today.
Great, thank you. Amanda, you are going to kick off the second session. So I'm going to hand the screen and the floor and the mic over to you.
Fantastic.
Great, thank you.
All right. So for Dallas, as is the case for many cities, the infrastructure that has been put into place over time has increased our ability to move through the city, but at a vehicular scale, not really at the human scale. So these corridors of movement have cut off and restricted the finer grain movement at for most neighborhoods, and that's a condition across cities around the world and the US. But Dallas specifically, the neighborhoods are cut off by a network of highways, and even the DART rail, which should increase movement, also acts as a barrier, along with the Trinity River itself, restricting movement between these areas of resources. The neighborhood that I'm focusing on is East Oak Cliff, and that neighborhood has been cut off and restricted to a level where resources that are available locationally not very far away are in fact very difficult to get to just because of these barriers. And though the layers of reasoning behind the degrading condition of the neighborhood are varied, these existing barriers to resources have inhibited the ability of the neighborhood to rebuild or improve through investment or repopulation of this area. So using the existing networks of rail and utility right-of-ways, I propose to create an additional layer of corridors and connectivity to increase the internal network and framework of the neighborhood, to not only increase but improve the quality of the spaces available to the neighborhood. And in doing this, using existing nodes of use and then reconnecting them, such as the levee system, existing parks, proposed parks, and areas of the neighborhood that the neighborhood itself is already utilizing in an attempt to increase their internal resource availability. So the barriers not only stop them from moving, but it really shows the level of disparity between the resource density itself. So you can see that the available types of resources decrease the further you move into the neighborhood, along with the porosity of the ability to get to those resources. So even though a resource may be close by, the ability to get to it is highly restricted. So one of the frameworks that I propose using is the ecological framework of patches and corridors, which allows the implementation of areas of movement to from larger patches to smaller patches, giving the ability to move from one space to another, maybe not necessarily in a giant movement, but very fine grained movement through the neighborhood. And those scales of action could be implemented in very minute ways that could have a great impact in reconnecting that system. The prairie itself, since we're dealing with Blackland Prairie, the prairie becomes the matrix within those corridors and patches are placed. And it has its structure beyond the wildflowers that everybody thinks of in the general public as the prairie. The grasses themselves are that structure that allows there to be something significant at all times of year, but also beyond being significant for people, being significant ecologically for the species that could move through these corridors. So they'd be used not only for human movement, but the movement of species through these areas. So these patches that I'm proposing, most of which already exist, but just need to be enhanced. So the levee corridor, the levee patch, I'm proposing that rather than using these large swaths of levees as simply barriers, but implementing a prairie planting that would allow it to be a sink, a source for ecology, but also a place to really experience what this landscape used to be like. And in the idea that the levees themselves need to be structurally sound, the soil can be further enhanced by the prairie holding that soil structure together. The utility corridor is using the right-of-way of these major power lines, and along with the former structures of older rail lines, to create a pathway and a connection further in to the neighborhood, allowing people to move through these spaces. The utility corridor connects to several existing parks, which would allow it to let people move through the neighborhood, not necessarily on the roads, and get to specific sources, areas of use that are already present. One of the problems being crossing the proposed southwest or Western Gate, I apologize for not remembering the name, park in Dallas, besides being a park in the middle of the highway, creating corridors of connection that move further into the neighborhood rather than just on the edge. This patch needs to be connected beyond the edge itself of the neighborhood. The retail patch is a portion of the neighborhood that there is already retail implementations by the neighborhood itself, and enhancing this current condition to create opportunities for more investment by the people, by making this an area that you actually want to invest in, along with keeping it close enough to these corridors so that they create a continuous movement through the neighborhood, would allow for that expansion of the resource availability for Oak Cliff. And then the longest section is the rail corridor connection, which is a continuation of a partial implementation of a rail park, but putting that prairie matrix into it beyond just saying this is a concrete pathway that you can go through that has mown grass on the sides, really enhances the quality of that space. And again, it is the idea that the prairie is a structural system, not just wildflowers. So I know there's the idea that prairies can't be pretty except for one part of the year, but if implemented, not only will it add a structural component to these long corridors that could be both movement for people and for species, it allows for the structural component to function as a barrier to the rail, a barrier of movement to other parts where you wouldn't necessarily want the people, but keeping that maintained in a more finite area, reducing the maintenance costs as far as just mowing the areas around the pathways to allow for the ease of movement and to make people feel more comfortable being within this prairie condition, would enhance the quality of the space, but also reduce the maintenance required by these right-of-ways that are already maintaining these spaces. So overall, it's a network system proposal. That's the end. Thank you. I don't know if you want me to stop share or not.
Can you just go back one more time to the plan view of the full network?
Yeah.
Please.
Go to this one.
Amanda, I've got your drawings pulled up on my side screen. That's what I'm looking at. Could you go back to, you spoke about the corridors as creating opportunity for more investment. And I'm not really sure if I understand how you're positioning that. Could you talk about that a little bit more? I know that's a difficult, it's a hard one to grapple with as a designer, but I'd be interested to hear you talk about that a little bit further.
So in that context, the only corridor I'm really proposing having that effect is the connection of the retail node to these other parts of the corridor, making it enhancing the space so that it is more attractive for investment. Not necessarily, the rest of the corridors are more about movement. The retail corridor itself is more about a point of connection for the rest of the neighborhood. So the other retail spaces for this neighborhood are either on the other side of the highway or much further into the neighborhood. I'm just proposing making sure that that point that is already being invested in is connected to this network so that it is more easily accessible for people within the neighborhood. There's a very odd disconnection of, and I know I didn't include it in here, but a disconnection of sidewalks and the ability to physically move through on foot in a cohesive manner. You can get within one little patch of the neighborhood, but then there's a missing swath of sidewalks. So the idea was, yeah, to make it more accessible, not necessarily the entire structure being an investment.
Gotcha. I think I'd maybe start the discussion here by saying I wonder about what you're calling each of these types, levy node, utility node. And this goes back to my question about opportunity for investment. I think I appreciate the way that you were talking about this as a structural system. And I wonder how it would change our understanding of your proposal if you spoke about each of these types in terms of performative quality within the system. Then it's less about a spatial type and more about how the whole plan works as a system and how it has different structural components that perform in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And that is even more aspirational about what this will be or could be than about just the context of what's there now.
Yep.
As far
and I think that's about labeling, but I also think, I mean, the first step of that is just sort of maybe considering relabeling your types. But then there are some supporting diagrams that could go with each of these drawings on the right edge of your panel that we're looking at here, that maybe talk about not just the spatial quality, but what's happening and what might be happening over time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Most of and I went back and forth with patch and node, honestly, but my goal was to pick spaces that were functionally close to something that was already being used, mm-hmm. to further enhance the connection of those spaces being used, because though the neighborhood has spaces to use, it's the ability to move through them that I was trying to focus on. So most of the areas that I've picked are not really, besides the levee, there are spaces of movement, not necessarily spaces of function. Like people don't inhabit the space for more than the moment it takes to move through it, because they're getting to something else. But I understand, as far as that's still a function, that's still a thing. So yeah, it's a explanation that's missing.
Amanda, can you talk a little bit more about like the sociocultural context of Oak Cliff and kind of the different neighborhoods that are maybe bisected by this network?
So the existing network, correct? So Oak Cliff, the part that I'm focusing on is East Oak Cliff. Oak Cliff is a much larger designated area, but the part on the other side of the highway is the part that's touted most often as it's up and coming, but there's only 2 points of crossing between that side and this side, and they're all lumped together as this up and coming neighborhood. And originally it was one large area. It was historically a Black neighborhood that was settled at the beginning of when Dallas was settled, and the bisection of the highway really cut that neighborhood in two, and split them off from what was one cohesive space. So, but that, I have an issue with trying to undo highways in their totality and trying to imagine these neighborhoods as if the highways didn't exist and we could erase them entirely. The neighborhood is maybe not functioning well in its current condition, but it is functioning in a certain way now. And I feel the importance is more about enhancing that social condition as it is, rather than trying to undo something that is not going to be, the highway's not going to disappear. We're not going to undo that structure, but enhancing the ability of that neighborhood to rebound from that bisection is something that I think is more important. because the neighborhood has shifted so much from what it was when that bisection happened.
Part of the reason I ask is, even within East Oak Cliff, there's some research out there that shows that certain green spaces, if designed a certain way, actually act as dividers of community and actually barriers between different neighborhoods rather than actually being places to convene. And I just had wondered if you'd done any thinking around that.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to utilize these specific corridors, mostly because because we have to research through Google Earth, you can see the goat trails that people are already utilizing these spaces, even just walking on the bare ground, utilizing this as a corridor of movement currently, but taking that space and really fully expanding it and making it into a true space of movement rather than this odd trail that somebody cuts through. I wanted to look at them as an enhancement of the use that this space has already been given by the people who live in the space, rather than putting, like you said, putting a barrier in where it's going to cut somebody off from something that they had been using it for.
So it seems to me that from what you're saying, this project is opportunistic. And I wonder to what extent it can also be transformational. I mean, is it, I mean, to hear you just say like you're just trying to achieve an enhancement is a little bit confusing. And then also from your drawings, it's hard for me to evaluate what the transformation might actually be. To what extent you are redesigning these corridors. And I think it seems like it's much more about corridors than it is about nodes or patches. And so I would love to see some diagrams of existing conditions, the goat trails that you're talking about, even photographs, if you could have obtained them, to understand, what is the spatial section of these corridors, and then how exactly are you transforming it, and how are the soils being transformed? How is the use being transformed programmatically, even from what it is currently? Because I think what you're proposing could be much more emphatic and like a sort of larger scale of intervention than you're suggesting.
I want to follow up on that notion, just in the kind of connecting the first thought about the naming of these and kind of the operation that you're doing, and this idea that you're transforming, because I think you're kind of in the middle. You're saying levy node, utility node, highway node, retail node, and rail node. And it just so happens you've picked 5 different types that all have very specific, very well-defined maintenance regimes based on Army Corps, utility company, TxDOT, City of Dallas, and Dallas Area Rapid Transit. And each of those is so prescribed in how they deal with what they are. So this transformation that Phoebe's talking about is so massive, because once you introduce and have the ability to change operations on those five managing entities, you basically have the ability to touch the entire city with what you're doing. So I think that you're in this mode of like, we can't tell quite exactly what the intervention is, and the way that the intervention operates at that larger scale, you're in this, and I think it's hard because you're not here, but it's exciting because it takes on 5 massive entities with one proposal. And that is both incredibly overwhelming, but incredibly exciting being here. Like, even if you could get to detail on changing the operations of one of those, it would be a huge step, let alone all 5.
Well, and when I had first started looking at, the levy as, because it's always the idea of the problem is changing people's viewpoint of what these ecological spaces are, functions, what they think of as a prairie, what they think it's going to look like, what they think it's going to require. And I started looking at the levy, and then it just, because it's the system, it just rolled further into the neighborhood as far as, well, if you have the levy, you would want to connect it to this and this, and then it became a system. So as far as transformative, I really do think taking these spaces and giving them a more clearly defined structural element as far as a ecological space. And I keep saying ecological, but it's when I look at these spaces currently, they're either weedy trees or rough ground, or they're just beat back nature to a point where you can not have to deal with it. And I see them as spaces that could be allowed to be defined as Blackland Prairie, and that matrix in and of itself wanting to exist in this space managed could be something that defines the neighborhood as far as the corridors of movement from one area to another. We move through these spaces that all follow one into the other. I can tell this is a space that is supposed to be this, not, well, they've got it clear, I can move through. And that's, I know it's not a structurally transformative. I feel like it's a ecologically transformative. I want to take the spaces and redefine their physical function, not just their shape on the map.
I think that's part of what's missing for me, though, is it feels a little bit like these spaces are being treated as monoliths in this network, and I think there is so much more nuance within each that is missing, and even the relationship of these with other existing higher functioning spaces that are serving some sort of ecological value, like even just in how you're prioritizing things within this graphic, some of the waterways that exist that are already existing corridors. You know, I think like trying to understand the gradient between an urban prairie and other potentially, you know, heavier handed, but still urban green infrastructure systems that might exist, as well as other places that are more ecologically driven in terms of their management. Like those relationships are so important. And then I think like what Isaac's saying too about, you know, digging into one of these entities that actually has purview over the management, you know, actually looking at what the existing practice is now and saying, here are the tangible ways that this could adapt in this way to actually get to a point where you could say, hey, TxDOT, okay, maybe not TxDOT, maybe not Army Corps, maybe you pick an easier one of these entities, but you know, like actually go through the process of what would it look like to change the policy and operations in a way that actually brings this vision into action. Last thing I'll say on all of that is I think, you know, personally, I'd want to dig in more to some of the more some more peer-reviewed research on kind of the landscape ecology dynamics of different types of patches and corridors, and really thinking about the edge dynamics of these different spaces in context of different development patterns and what that does to an edge that is very different than a core of a larger space in terms of wind or heat or light penetration or even just biodiversity along the edges. And then also thinking about the width of some of these corridors as being pretty narrow to the point where you're actually potentially causing some bottlenecks in some areas that might lead to more predators, predation of things that are trying to move through spaces in a really narrow space.
Mm-hmm.
It would be such an amazing.
Sorry, I said a lot.
No, I don't want to start talking because I will, but I want to like let people speak. I know we'll run out of time.
The prairie structure diagram is really great, and I commend you for having a drawing that pulls together both orthographic information, notational information, plus the material rendered view. And I think that would be such a great pairing with a like the Army Corps structure, right? All of the setbacks and maintenance regimes that go to a levee or for any of the other corridor types, as a way of saying, here's where we're going to start to bring these two together and find a way to push back on some of the long held ways of operating these corridors.
And the last thing I want to say is that this is actually making me think back over the last year of the pandemic and a lot of the stuff we're talking about. There was this amazing time, basically all of last spring, when none of these corridors were maintained. And we saw this radically different ecology come up because no one was mowing. No one was out there collecting anything. No one was doing, even the Army Corps wasn't out there doing what they normally do on the levees. And it was, and I'm thinking about it just because I was out in some of these spaces yesterday, the biodiversity and the visual biodiversity and the presence of, different species is not there this year that was there last year because it's the mowing frequency has gone back to their normal routine. So it's just this amazing thing of like, we had this moment where everyone, not because they thought it was a good idea, paused their maintenance and something amazing happened. And I really wish that I had taken the time to kind of capture that or be able to juxtapose that, because this project makes me think about what that pause, and it's like nothing terrible happened. The city didn't flood, the levee didn't fall down, dark trains kept going, but like, what if we did that pause every year in the spring when this kind of space is at its most magical?
Great.
Maggie making faces.
Oh, sorry, I'm too expressive for Zoom, but we are going to move on to the next group. Thank you so much for getting us started, Amanda. I appreciate it. Charlie, you're up next.
Hello.
Yes.
Share my screen here. Do y'all see that?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And I don't know if you all jurors have access to the box files. The one that I posted last night was this full set of panels. This is the 3 Superstudio panels combined and designed into one kind of triptych. But there's also a file on there with the name slides that has the set that I'm going to go through now that breaks it all down. And just to keep you oriented, this is a breakdown of that last frame. So the 3 boards for Superstudio are split up like this, and then I'm going to walk through in 9 slides going down the first board, up the second board, and down the third board. So this is living cemeteries, landscapes, and limbo. In all other living systems, death begets life. From microbes to mastodons, the ground beneath the feet of Dallas citizens is composed of the unmarked remains from countless former lives that provide the material foundation of today's fossil-fueled and resource-rich human existence. But as with cities around the world, we are realizing we leave very little in return for the benefit of future generations. With climate action plans in place, the city of Dallas has set a course for remediating this tradition, but still needs to cultivate a community that can politically support calls to action such as the jobs, justice, and decarbonization agenda of the Green New Deal. In reimagining our relationships with sacred burial landscapes, historic cemeteries can offer the people of Dallas one material and symbolic tool for making that change. The static nature of final resting places against an increasingly mobile and explosively growing population in Dallas has led to forgotten kinships and awkward adjacencies that leave places of honor as landscapes in limbo, respecting neither the living nor the dead. The Texas Historic Commission estimates over 1/3 of the city's 145 cemeteries have been abandoned of regular care, while another 1/3 sit at risk for abandonment. And as the city parks department struggles to keep up with the perpetual care standards of just 12 of these historic cemeteries on some 200 acres, another 1,800 acres await across the city. This plan calls on the citizens of Dallas to see potential in their existing cemeteries and proactively reimagine perpetual care as a neighborhood-grounded network of living cemeteries, at once reviving historic natural and agricultural landscapes that have all but vanished from the city limits, while also bringing green jobs, climate mitigation, and healing public space to the communities that need it most. Beginning with some of the city's oldest and most forgotten cemeteries situated in some of its most overlooked neighborhoods, this is a plan that will bloom and grow over time. Today, we're going to explore this concept through the lens of one of these cemetery clusters located in the Wheatley Place Fair Park neighborhood, just southeast of downtown. Current events here highlight the challenges seen more broadly across the city. In each of these clusters identified, we find at least one larger site, like Oakland Cemetery in this cluster, usually the resting place for middle and upper class residents, with historically marginalized communities, often buried in the marginal landscapes to the periphery, where toxic neighboring conditions and flooding are common. And this is the case for this Mount Auburn Pauper Cemetery. Other burial grounds for specific groups such as religious or racial minorities, historic farm families, or war veterans are also often found as smaller standalone sites nearby. Historically, these sites have been managed separately, when managed at all. But now we can begin to look at all of these sites as a networked team. And while the Wheatley Fair Park Place neighborhood today is largely African-American, the layers of cemetery history buried within these sites mark generations of diverse class, race, political, and faith identities. And these histories produce awkward situations of a Confederate cemetery in a Black neighborhood, homeless camps and criminal activity in unmarked, unfenced paupers fields. And in recent headline news, the bankruptcy and closure of Oakland Cemetery, despite being one of the city's most prominent sites. It's a classic manicured park-like design in the Victorian picturesque landscape tradition. And the owners of the site were not able to keep up with the $500,000 of annual maintenance costs. The pressures of aging fence lines, damaged trees, damaged headstones, as well as litter, vandalism, and crime have mounted inside and outside the site. And it's the kind of neglect that spreads contagiously to the streets of the surrounding neighborhood. So these conditions evidence how these sites, like all Dallas cemeteries, are natural sites of resistance to the forces of urban life flowing all around them. If that power is ignored, we find neighborhoods with high rates of vacancy, crime, litter, toxic soils, and neglected streetscapes. Those are all marked in red here. But if we begin to look at these cemeteries and their surrounding context as forgotten holding grounds with the potential to heal and regenerate amidst these woes, then abundance can prevail. With most of these sites claiming status as the city's longest continuously uninhabited and undeveloped landscapes since their plots were first cleared from the ancient tallgrass fields of the Blackland Prairie, they can offer today's residents islands of clean soil for producing food in toxic food apartheid neighborhoods. They are reservoirs for a palette of hardy, cross-culturally beloved cemetery heirloom species such as irises, climbing roses, lilies, crepe myrtle, magnolia, and cedar. And to the return of the prairie in this mix, it may only require a change in management care practices to begin to revive native seeds that have for so long been laid to rest. And Isaac was just mentioning what happens when we stop mowing. This is a view of Oakland Cemetery in 2020, in the year after it was closed, and you see wildflowers throughout the cemetery, I found some online photos someone took that have started to flourish. So those are all there. So burial sites for the indigenous people of this region have been inseparable from the prairie landscape and has continued inhabitation for thousands of years. And in more recent time, before sod and mowers, many early cemeteries allowed these prairie species cohabitation with the deceased, only getting together on occasion at seasonal or annual family reunions and decoration days, seen in the background photo here, to collectively tend a manageable level of growth. But today, care in most Dallas cemeteries has devolved from an interspecies, intergenerational act of community participation and renewal to a relatively brief and less habitable cultural moment, celebrating but also isolating the individual in ritualized detachment and homogenized care. And with less than a century in practice, the field of polished grave markers set against the closely clipped lawn of non-native grasses seems to be their irrefutable norm. Ubiquitous concrete pavement, headstones, and burial vaults, along with the lawn, have displaced the historic diversity of grave marker and cemetery care customs, marking the 20th century's triumph in separation between life and death. With the amount of concrete used every year for burials in Dallas alone, 10 miles of new sidewalk could be poured around an abandoned cemetery every year. But as society's values change, new models of death care are also gaining ground. In 2020, 50% of Dallas's deceased chose to cremate their remains, and a small but growing number of residents are choosing other forms of burial considered more natural or environmentally friendly. And so creative cremation, composting methods, and other forms of more ecologically mindful burial are on the horizon. And many other designers will explore these forms for future memorial sites. But this project focuses instead on how communities can heal, learn, and grow through the creative reuse of historic cemeteries, restoring dignity to all forms of burial, past and present. At the bottom here, there are diagrams explaining that today, $10,000 per acre per year, the current maintenance practices by the kind of default manager of the city parks department seems to worship St. Augustine more than the deceased or any greater holy figures. And these leave shallow benefits to the community. But with the Living Cemeteries program, we can replant those forgotten spaces as centers for community growth and healing, guided by the intentional care of green jobs, building and cultivating carbon sequestering and flood mitigating cemetery landscapes with deep roots to the community, deep benefits. In addition to questions of ongoing care, the City Parks Department also faces continuing questions of spatial accommodation. This COVID pandemic has, of course, increased public demand for new memorial and healing spaces in the past year. In addition to offering quiet spaces for grieving and finding peace, people have also been rediscovering cemeteries as alternative recreation spaces when crowded parks and trails could not allow for peaceful or safe distance options. As the population of Dallas continues to soar, the Parks Department must face the spatial question of how to carve more park space out of the city already so intensively developed. By repositioning historic cemeteries as contemplative and healing cultural keystones of their community, Dallas can reclaim these spaces as sites where we honor everybody. And honoring everyone necessarily means plants and animals too. As we are faced with dramatic numbers of species extinction, it is ever more important that we learn how to stop setting our cherished companions in stone and start releasing them into wild cooperation. By training living cemetery care teams with managers as ecological stewards, these sites can not only lead our communities to a more harmonious practice of death care, but they can also become pilot projects for the care of larger living landscapes throughout the city. And by establishing diverse and seasonally changing landscape types within these sites, care managers can attune cemeteries as more concerted, life-preserving efforts. And small details such as here with fence posts, we can have permanent fence posts that offer supports for temporary fencing for grazing pastures. But when they are not in use, when the fencing is not in use, these posts could also provide habitat such as birdhouses and bee boxes, and then also be guides for visitors and managers of the cemetery, providing kind of a wayfinding system for people who are looking for a particular grave site and section, which is already a problem under current care standards, but also being aligned with gravestones. They can help mowing care teams define boundaries. And with the field management, this diagram showing kind of rotation of plots so that you have diverse habitat preserved throughout the year. And then the black dotted line also shows how within those plots, mowed paths can be maintained so that people do have still access for visiting personal sites, but on a kind of always changing schedule. And that aligns with kind of the very limited amount of visitation that most cemeteries currently receive. And when we take care of our communities that are suffering the most, we again take care of everyone. On the city scale, the Living Cemeteries Project can begin by aligning this effort with the city's other redevelopment priorities for improving connectivity, reducing flood risks in the urban heat island, and repairing the legacies of inequity. All of these environmental challenges hit Dallas's deceased populations hardest within minority neighborhoods where its living populations are marginalized in other ways as well. Repair can begin with the city committing to 10 pilot sites located within these 3 cemetery clusters, where most of the sites have been abandoned and others are seeing their care begin to falter. While historically individual burial sites have received different levels of care, this project is an opportunity to evolve a common understanding of memorial spaces that recognize the place that death and diversity hold for the perpetual care of the greater good. And these sections outline strategies that can be applied to the Oakland Cemetery site specifically, but also pick up on many themes that relate to sites across the city. At the top, one principle is having engaged gateways. So many sites have some historic materials remaining, but within that there is a patchwork of razor wire and new chain link higher fences, closed gates, kind of remnant entrances and gaps in historic materials, and we can exploit these to make the street presence of cemetery sites more welcoming by lowering fences, developing programming that allows for gates to reopen, and aligning kind of gaps in infrastructure with needs on the street, such as bus shelters and framing views through those opportunities into the cemetery to make them more welcoming. To reduce the urban heat island and make visitor experience more comfortable, we can gather shade. So there are traditions in Dallas cemeteries of gathering pavilions. Many of them are gone, but we can build new ones and prioritize reclaimed natural and living materials in those. And then we can also use existing shade trees, which are abundant in these sites as sites for rest stations for visitors to enjoy. Many right-of-way paths in the cemeteries existing were built for vehicles to deliver funerals, and as we do not need those any longer, we can reduce those right-of-way widths and incorporate wet prairie strips that have higher floristic diversity than the rest of the prairie species. And by having more flowers and more kind of like pollinator attracting plants and bird attracting plants, we can encourage people's connections, to the landscape. Safe stretches and prolific pathways. We want people to feel physically safe in this environment, and by having more of a midgrass and ground cover mix, especially concentrated along the first 75 feet within pathways, we can allow people to have the kind of safe distance comfort in these large kind of quiet spaces. And those can be managed through rotational grazing of pocket prairies. And then further away where we have secondary circulation that may not be needed, or fence lines in particular, We can develop hedges for food, human food, wildlife habitat, shade, and windbreaks. And then live edges, we can incentivize redevelopment of the many vacant properties that are surrounding cemeteries with uses that support eyes on the street and maybe even uses that coordinate with cemeteries. We can coordinate partnerships with local schools and churches, and we can improve streetscapes for transit, active transportation, beauty, and flood mitigation. Just one programming note, just to make sure people can still enjoy the cemeteries respectfully.
Charlie?
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to quickly go through your last couple slides.
Yes.
So wrap up.
Sure. First and last hours of the day can be silent hours to encourage visitation for people who want a more personal experience. And then cultural programming, we can start to align existing traditions of culture and maintenance practices of the prairie with events like a Juneteenth celebration might happen here and include a planting day and a music event, and that's depicted here. And then this is a map of the Oakland Cemetery and its adjacent Mount Auburn Pauper Cemetery and the Confederate Cemetery and some of the practices from above that could be incorporated here, but as kind of a demonstration of what we might see elsewhere. I can keep going, or if we want to go ahead and get questions, I'm sorry for going over.
There's a lot to comment on already. So maybe we should get into comments and discussion, because you have really done a really rigorous job of digging into this topic that is really compelling. And this relationship around, I don't know, personally, we think about climate trauma and other traumas often in the work that I do, whether we're talking about site scale or more regional work, especially in places that have regular flooding. And so thinking about death in a more direct way as an acute trauma that communities experience, and landscapes that maybe are a part of human healing and not just ecological healing, is something that I'd love for you to think about more. And even just the relationship of a changing landscape that has seasonality and how that change might influence coping mechanisms versus a more traditional cemetery that has a more static landscape.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, finding beauty in the conventionally more difficult aesthetics in the landscape might help someone do similar in their own life. Like letting winter seeds hang on and winter foliage hang on might be more compelling than a snow-covered St. Augustine lawn.
Well, I think just seeing how landscapes change over time is, at least in my mind, something that there's not a lot of research about that I'm really interested in. But like, you know, if you go to the same place and it looks exactly the same every year, I think it's almost a mental note for folks that, you know, you're basically reverting back instead of evolving and adapting and moving forward. So that evolving grief is, I think, a key part of the way folks need to deal with landscapes, where grief and trauma is a part of it.
On that note, I just wanted to say that, like, I really appreciate what you're proposing, Charlie, and I think it's just like, I find this to be really interesting and exciting also to imagine the scale of change that you're talking about. I would have loved to hear or to see images of what we are hearing about through your presentation. Like the verbal presentation was really polished and well done, but sometimes as you were verbalizing things, I wanted to see evidence of it. Like, I really wanted to see images of some of the cemeteries in the beginning of the presentation, which could have been, you know, put up on the screen for us to really like see what they are. and then maybe an analysis of their, and maybe you've done some of this in previous presentations. I attended one review before, but I haven't been part of the studio, so I don't know. But also I think it would have been interesting to see an analysis of the change over time, an analysis of their historical condition as well as their contemporary condition. And then I'm really curious about a kind of architectural or spatial analysis of these cemeteries to understand stupid things like the width of the rows, the distance between markers, the heights of these elements, like spatially. I see there's some information, but your drawings are so small. And I think like you've done a tremendous amount already in this semester, but I just want to let you know like where my curiosity lies. And my curiosity still lies in the actual spatial aspects of these places and what you're proposing. So, to see drawings, sectional drawings, or axonometric drawings that give us a sense of how your proposed transformations are really changing the spatial qualities as well as the kind of temporal qualities of the place. And I think that's this last project really where that would show up, that this as a testing grounds for what you're talking about, to see that more developed with additional drawings could be really wonderful.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Phoebe's calling for here. And I also share the sentiment that this is a very exciting project. But Charlie, I think this final slide that you're showing us here is, for me, maybe the most problematic drawing. And it's helpful in terms of locating the various programmatic pieces in and around Oakland. But in terms of thinking about this as a transformational plan, it feels really rigid. And I think that's a function of the kind of color fill, like really tight spaces that you've drawn. And it doesn't seem to be, it seems out of sync with the much more flexible and in some ways indeterminate way that you've described the system. So I think Phoebe's call to have some diagrams that talk about the existing conditions and how you imagine through the seasons this might change, to me would be really fantastic. I would add to that what's not, the one piece that's not quite clear to me, I saw on the board that there are 2,000 currently unused plots. And so if you were planning a new strategy of either using those plots or beginning to reconfigure the way that, are you planning to uninter and reinter any graves? Is there any kind of movement of any of that? Or what happens to those unused plots? How does that figure in? That piece didn't quite, either I missed it or it didn't quite come to the surface for me.
Yeah, a lot of this I would love to know also, I just don't. I, of course, haven't been able to visit, and I've just found very limited detailed information and just relied on kind of a crude map and just what photographs I can find. I agree with you all.
Totally fair enough. That makes
I was frustrated by not being able to get into it more, but I think those would be exciting steps to take.
It's I think one of the things that raises for me is the association that cemeteries have with archives and the record keeping associated with cemeteries, and the kind of paper trail that follows certain communities and not others. Has a lot to do with how these cemeteries perform over much longer spans of time, both as landscapes, but also as spaces of cultural memory. And I think that had you been able to get into that, I think that would have been a really exciting thing to tease out.
I think some of it exists in the Dallas City archives, but even they have had limited access if you could go in person. So, yeah. Thank you.
I have one more question. I guess, this isn't something you address and it's a tough one, but I guess for folks who, or families who might have a really rigid idea of what honoring their loved ones might look like, have you thought about kind of what you think or how you think you might communicate, this new vision to folks who feel that connection to what the old expectation of what a cemetery is, or even have certain cultural connections to a certain way of thinking around honoring the dead?
Yeah, I think one great way to approach this project, if it was to happen in person, in real, would be to have like series of community meetings with the people who live around the neighborhood, but also who have historically had relationships to the neighborhood or to the cemetery rather, and to kind of understand their lenses through that, and then also to kind of put my own input into it to help them see why historic practices are problematic, not only for how it affects communities outside the cemetery, but how also it just really doesn't even end up honoring the deceased as we intend in many cases.
I did want to this is you've done the evolution of this has been really great to watch. So I just kind of commend you on kind of pushing a lot of those things. So it takes me more to that next step. And you have some notes and kind of touching on this tipping point of burials to cremations and thinking about not just historic cemeteries, but how do we transform burial practice in general, and kind of do new approaches to how we treat and bury the dead now kind of how much do they play into the thinking of how this is laid out today, or like the need to, or a desire to not simply increase the contemporary space that's used for the contemporary cemeteries in the city that's unproductive?
Wait, can you rephrase the last part of the question?
Yeah, so does this call for changing how, like a standard for cemeteries, like not just, hewn stones and mobile pathways and driveways and Augustine grass? Does this necessitate changing that?
Does the historic cemeteries plan require that future practices change?
Yes.
It doesn't require that, but I think it could. And I think that it could be a great evolution of cemetery care in general, and a tool for that change to let people see the history of these spaces in order to see a new future. I think right now there are isolated fringes of communities who have new ideas about cemetery care and burial, but it's such a taboo topic that I think most people don't want to get into it. And I think this is a way for them to get into it. A welcoming way for them to get into it.
Not a comment, just a comment. I was shocked that 50% or it's crossed cremation to burial. It feels like oddly progressive for what I know of Dallas.
Yeah, in many cities it's significantly more than that now, but in Dallas, what statistics I could find, it was around 50%.
Yeah, that is super interesting to me, and it would exceed the context of the 3 boards for the Green New Deal, but looking at the array of, I thought your initial information about the number of abandoned cemeteries, which ones are still receiving maintenance, which ones are kind of on that bubble, what a rollout plan would look like if you were to bring this to scale and take on all of the cemeteries in Dallas, Fort Worth, for example. where would be the target places you'd start, and how would you then use that as the kind of seed to move on to other sites across the city?
That is what I tried to outline in these maps, was saying that these communities, a total of 10 cemeteries, I'm choosing because of these lenses that the city already has through its smart growth agenda to increase access to transportation, active transportation, reduce heat islands and flooding, and to repair historic inequity. So taking these layers and saying, look, these cemeteries that are neglected, it's no coincidence, I think, in many ways that they are located in these spaces. These are where you begin, and then the plan kind of grows out from there.
There are other ways to look at it, though. I mean, I think that's fine, and that's about like picking the right sites to align with urban initiatives, and I think that would certainly be a component of it. That seems very logical. But you're also talking about building a labor force associated with this, and that labor force probably needs to be factored into how these sites are aggregated or networked.
I think so. I mean, I think those communities are also underserved in terms of labor development and would be ideal sites in that way. And then also, so just that idea of having like each of these clusters has at least one larger site and then a bunch of smaller sites that are on their own harder to care for. And by having these networks, you can have, say, a stockyard for the grazing animals on the larger site that gets moved out to the smaller sites as needed on occasion. And then same with whatever other tools and people are doing the care work by having kind of clusters of networks. I think it would be easier to manage.
I think we're going to move on to the next project. Thank you so much, Charlie. You've done an incredible amount of research this semester, so I second the calls for finding ways or some sliver of time in all of your free time to make it visual, as well as the lovely writing that you've done on it. Thanks so much.
Thank you all.
Kristen, let's see.
Hello.
Great.
Okay. Okay, are you guys seeing the screen okay? Perfect.
Looks good.
Hi, my name is Kristen, and this proposal is Rooted Rubble, Resourcing Through a Material and Prairie Connection. So this proposal calls on an area of West Dallas that was shaped by its geological past. It greatly influenced the establishment of heavy industry in the area, starting with cement manufacturing. But there's some important things that happened before we got to that. So in the 1800s, there was a lot of land conversion from Dallas's native Blackland Prairies to farmland. And underneath that was found a raw material that was limestone under the rich black soils of the prairie. A colony that was founded in 1854 was La Reunion. It was the utopian socialist community that was formed off of this limestone escarpment that was discovered. And the colony would only last for 18 months, but soon after, westward expansion led to the excavation of these rich deposits, which included chalk, limestone, and shale, which were all essential ingredients for cement making, which is no surprise here. So in 1900, the land was bought, and Texas Portland Cement and Lime Company in Stone. Years later, a factory town known as Cement City would be built up around these cement companies. These were established in the area, and many people immigrated to this area for these jobs, many of them being Mexican-American families. So when they moved here, they were pretty isolated from Dallas. They were in an unincorporated area, so they were really just restricted to these factory towns of Cement City. Fast forward to 1970, we have limestone running out and the plant closes shortly after and led to the dissemination of Cement City. So cement production from Cement City produced a lot of what we see in Dallas today, a lot of the infrastructure, the roads and the buildings. But behind that was a huge Mexican-American workforce that lived in these areas of Cemento Chico and Cemento Grande, which were these areas of Cement City. And so here's a map to give some context in West Dallas today of where these areas lied. So in the red outline, we have Cemento Chico and Cemento Grande, and then the associated concrete factories that were once there. I'm going to go back to this timeline real quick. And so now communities are being threatened by new development, especially along Singleton Boulevard, which is a major thoroughfare by these industrial lands. A cement batch plant was relocated from Trinity Grove's development to this area to what is now a former middle school. GA roofing is another industry in this area that's the highest sulfur dioxide polluter in the county. And so we're going to zoom in right here. And this is kind of the focus area site map of what we'll be looking at. So the focus area is a boundary of different zones. This in-between area that's in the black dotted box here houses industrial manufacturing factories such as GAF roofing, a few residences, which are the blue buildings out here outlined in red, important social institutions, which are the West Dallas Multipurpose Center and the Dallas West Branch Library, which are the tan buildings right here. Argos Concrete, which I talked about before, is the batch cement plant that was relocated to be right across from a middle school. And then we also have the Texas and Pacific Railroad, which is an active railway that serves these industries that's still current. So zooming in even further to this black box, we're going to examine some of the adjacencies of these boundaries. And this is just pictorials of the neighborhood. So going from the legacy industry of cement manufacturing through the active railway, through the neighborhood into the residences that are there that are often next to fallow parcels, industrial manufacturing of GAF roofing, community institutions right next door, major thoroughfare of Singleton, and then some commercial activity on the edge there. And so this is breaking that down into kind of more digestible terms, but we have the active railway here, and also the active polluting industries, which create kind of inappropriate adjacencies with the neighborhood that's here. So active railway introduces noise and pollutants to surrounding environments. Then we have next door the fallow parcels that are often overgrown or mowed down to the soil. There's some residences here, and then there's also a fenced off vegetated gap here that borders these active polluting industries. And then we have the West Dallas Multipurpose Center, which is very integral to the neighborhood, hosting lots of events, very important resource for the community. And then we have Singleton Boulevard, which is right next to that, which is the major thoroughfare I was talking about. So because of these adjacencies and important social institutions that are in this area, we're proposing a justice overlay, which is being brought forward in order to preserve and prevent ongoing disinvestment into this area. So in this overlay, we can see narratives of concrete materials in Blackland Prairie being weaved in as interventions that create healthier connections for both community and ecological health. So starting over here, we see the outline of a residence. So residents are given the option to stay or move via a land swap away from industry. There are very few residences left here and they are zoned industrial, but they will be given this option. And then once fallow lots are able to become sites of research and education, there's great potential for these fallow lots. that just aren't being utilized right now. What was once the GAF roofing, which a polluting, active polluting industry, is now a greener concrete recycling that moves in. So with this, polluting industries are being cycled out. Dallas already has a process of this called amortization, which sets a timer on operations or leads them to conform to certain standards. So this would be a long-lasting, priority change that really kind of puts the investment of health of community up front. And so moving over to here with the multi-purpose center, highlighting important community connections are through prairie plantings and recycled concrete paving. We see the recycled pavers over here, and then another intervention of crushed gabion baskets. The crushed gabion baskets reuse concrete as it's crushed down into an aggregate as filler in the wire mesh baskets. It aids in water filtration, drainage. It can be configured in many ways for placemaking of spaces such as seating and screening. The recycled papers can be reused from local structures and landfills, ripped up from surface lots that are no longer in use or degrading, and they can form new foundations for social engagement. And so prairie plantings can also be seamlessly integrated into these interventions, and they have many benefits, including carbon sequestering, erosion control and remediation, and aesthetic values. And so moving into this somewhat intimidating looking slide of how concrete is made, how exactly are we able to intervene in a linear system of concrete production? This is actually a condensed version of how it's made. But in short, raw materials are being extracted from quarries. They're being heated up, which releases a bulk of the carbon dioxide emissions that are associated with cement making. It's then sent off to concrete plants, where it's later made into built structures. This is when the process of carbonation starts and the carbon sinking potential of concrete begins. So carbon is absorbed into concrete through a process called carbonation. Most demolition waste, so carbonation starts when built structures begin, and it also continues when it becomes rubble. But in a closed loop system, this material is being often sent to landfill, where it's considered waste. But opening up or closing it into a closed loop recycling insertion, we begin to reuse this material, and it's not seen as waste, and it goes through further forms of crushing and separation and cleaning. And so going through down into when it becomes aggregate, we can see the kind of interventions it can become, whether that be paving and building material, gabion wire basket fill for that, and then down into the finest aggregate of landscape stone and mulch, and forms bedding for other interventions. And the carbonation process that occurs that allows carbon to be synced into this material, it occurs at the surface and is directly related to surface area, which is why when buildings are being taken apart, it's increasing that potential because those pieces are being broken down and increasing its surface area. And so this is just the reaction of release of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and then it being uptaked into this process. And so in this slide, we can see the potential of a fallow site by way of the Blackland Prairie. So these plantings of tall grasses and eventually addition of wildflowers and forbs also have the ability to sequester carbon, just like concrete. It's a much longer potential than concrete. Concrete on a time span of around 50 to 100 years is when most of the carbonation occurs, whereas Blackland Prairie plantings would have a longer potential for as long as those plants are existing and with the ground. And so these sites would be a choreography of maintenance across the site. starting with the removal process on the fallow site of weedy invasives, litter removal, moving into establishment of the prairies through seedlings, so by sowing seeds in lines. And then the choreography of maintenance across the site, whether that be with machinery or by hand, depending on the size of the plots. And then moving forward into years after the heavy maintenance has been done, so less maintenance moving on into the years, but forging new pathways into this landscape. Oopsie. These next slides, sorry, I didn't mean to introduce it this way, but these next slides load a little slow. And oops, okay. This is not the first slide, hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna press this once and hopefully it goes to the slide I want. Perfect, okay. So now we can distill these interventions into certain strategies. So I have prepared 4 different plots to kind of distill these interventions. So first is the remediate and buffer plot. So this is a plot that I imagine would be seen in the earlier stages, or more of it would be seen in the earlier stages. So maybe polluting industries are still present. We have the active railway here. And so thinking of pollutant sources that are these pollutant sources and how it interacts with the people in the area. So, and how that can lead to negative biological effects on humans and natural resources. And how we can best mitigate those through different interventions. So we have landforms, deflecting sound from active rail and heavy industry manufacturing. Remediating prairies have fast growth grasses that accumulate biomass to contain contaminants from soil and water and other phytomethods. The gabion baskets that contain the crushed aggregate allow for water to filter and infiltrate the soil. And I imagine gabion baskets being present in areas that are on the floodplain. So this is right off the edge of the floodplain, but as time goes on, I imagine this intervention being included more and more. And tree line buffers having taller vegetation to intercept contaminants in the air from the surrounding neighborhood before it hits surrounding neighborhoods. And so just on this little site map down here, just location wise, GA roofing is this darker gray outline. And then we have the Fish Trap Lake and then the West Dallas Multipurpose Center. That's right here, that's the little cross. And sorry, it's going to take its time again on the transition over here. I swear it will get there. It just hasn't taken this long before, so. It's not a big file. I don't know why it's doing this. Let me exit full screen.
And Kristen, I hate that we're getting past presentation time. I do want you to get through the meat of your proposal, but once we get the file going,
yeah,
maybe give us the core ideas.
I think we might all have them up on our separate screens too. So if you just want to talk about
that would
the
be great.
final
Yeah, I'm
rendering.
Great.
Thanks, sorry, I don't see what they're saying, and I'm trying to exit this screen right now to see that, but hold on, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop share to see if it will leave the screen and then reshare.
Or maybe you could just sort of walk us through your last board, right?
Okay, cool.
And we'll all look at it.
That sounds good.
I can share it.
You can, oh, that, thank you so much, Phoebe. Because I don't, maybe it's my computer that's buffering.
Is it these?
So it's the plots that are up above. There should be like 4 squares. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the research and education plot. Hard to see, I'm sorry, with the text, but so this would be like a source for ongoing research and education. So local outreach to schools, because there are so many schools in the area. So the idea is that local schools can come visit and be educated on this kind of material of carbon sequestration and capture through the carbonation process, but also through the prairie remediating strategies as well. And so there's prairie test plots that feature Blackland Prairie species for research during various stages in the remediation process. And then Phoebe, if you want to scan down to the bottom, the left one on the bottom there. Okay, so this is the new industry plot. So concrete recycling being able to create green jobs that positively impact communities. So sourcing these reclaimed materials from decaying and underutilized buildings and surface lots are now the starting grounds for concrete reuse projects. And we see green jobs in the form of adding researchers, skilled workers, in collaboration with designers and other community leaders. So recycling and reuse creates at least 9 times more jobs than landfills and incinerators do, and oftentimes even more than that. So introducing a new job market to this community. And so the recycling process is of construction and demolition waste that's sorted and stockpiled within appropriate material sizes, and it could be cleaned, crushed, and screened into the appropriate sized piles and shipped off and made into different interventions. And the idea also is that green industry, this would be visible to the surrounding neighborhoods and not be covered up, but kept safe. And so this is the connection plot. So it's where material reuse transitions into new life. So seeing the prairie as adding aesthetic value to places. So attractive plantings serve aesthetic functions to passersby and encourages outdoor activity. Carved reliefs up in this corner are simple excavations of concrete grounds that reconnect with the soil and create pockets for prairie plantings. Then we have the middle intersection, which is a surface change. It's a rough material to slow car traffic and emphasize humans' presence in social spaces. These material interventions serve as indicators of remediation in the reclamation process. So it really becomes this recognizable material that you can see throughout the neighborhood, especially highlighting certain moments of intersection and important social atmospheres. So I'm just going to go in closing. There's certain ideas of progress that led to the boom of concrete production, and it often comes at the expense of land and its residing peoples. So by reviving this lost Blackland Prairie ecology and repurposing this ubiquitous building material that is concrete, we can begin to reclaim these fallow lands and create investments in a community's health and livelihood. I'll end there. Sorry for all the computer mishaps. Of course, that happens to me every time, so.
Thanks for working through it.
I guess I'll start. I guess I'm curious too. I felt like it was a little bit of a missed opportunity to not talk a little bit more about the relationship between the prairie and the rubble and the invertebrate ecology that it would potentially cultivate. Did you think about that at all?
I definitely thought about going more into the geology and ecology of the site. It's somewhat frustrating to me because I really wanted to get into it, but it was so much that I felt like I was already tackling that going further into research was kind of like it was a no-no for me for including that. But you're right. There are like the relationships between all of these are really like intertwined, and it's kind of crazy how one supports the other. Like all, the raw materials for concrete production are, literally in the Blackland Prairie, and there's kind of this ebb and flow of that. But I was definitely interested, especially in the vertebrate ecology that you mentioned. It just happened that it couldn't make it on this presentation.
I mean, just building on that, I mean, I'm looking at the diagrams that you went through at the end, the 4 diagrams, and like, can you just talk a little bit more about in your proposal, how the prairie and the recycling processes are actually connected? Because they still feel, I understand this rich sort of metaphorical connection, right? The extraction from prairie ecosystem, creating this resource. Now we're recycling it. We're also like reestablishing prairie. I get the narrative that you're building, but like spatially and physically, as you're proposing in these diagrams, how are they related?
So I wonder if I wish I could pull up. Oh, now they're working for me. Here.
These guys?
Yes, perfect. So sorry, your question is just how they're working together.
Like, how do you see them as like essential to one to the next? Like each to the other.
Each to the other. So I really drew together that they have, great potential for carbon capture and remediating qualities of grasses separately from concrete. So it was, almost a way to really off-put these carbon emissions that was coming from the concrete and cement making industry. So by reintegrating this material that has polluted so much is why concrete is in the story. And then using, remediating prairie potential as kind of like the first line of action for these sites because they are adjacent to these industrial lands. Sorry, I don't know if I'm answering your question, but.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wonder, like, for me, a good test is like, could I exchange another kind of planting, right? And still have your scheme, like your project. Like, could it exist without prairie? It weakens the narrative a bit, but like carbon capture, I mean, yeah, like, and then like I start having questions of like, well, what is the best offset for carbon emissions of concrete? Like, is this it? Or would it be, some other kind of development of land, or some other kind of mitigation? But yeah, in your drawings, the prairie is over here, and the sort of recycling and demonstration piles of concrete are over here, and they seem spatially separate.
Yeah, I think that's a matter of my representation there. I did include a perspective at the end that's supposed to be representative of maybe the environment of the research and education plots, and using like a connector via material reuse of the recycled pavers there. Yeah, on the left-hand side there.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe what Katie said is a way in of like understanding how the recycled concrete could actually like form a kind of, or influence soils, or be a formation of soils, and you know what kind of prairie would actually grow, or what kind of ecology would become of such a substrate.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm kind of wrestling with here is in some ways maybe the order of operations. The prairie feels a little bit co-equal to the tree line buffer and the test plots. It becomes, it's not given as much primacy as I expected, given the brief that Maggie laid out for us this morning. And I understand that the concrete became a focus for you, and I think that's great, but it does feel like the two could have been co-constructive and a little bit more than they are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a further step for me, if I were to continue this, was looking at other interventions that weren't so isolated from each other. So maybe like how planting can be integrated into structures of concrete reuse, or like instead of representing them as separate, having them overlap a little bit more. That makes sense.
I think all of that brings up for me like one thing, and again, just like everyone, I really appreciate where you've gone with this and kind of how much it's progressed and of how you're addressing these. If you have these four, like the new thing for me is these four plots, and it just calls for a fifth kind of that sets the stage for everyone, that is not that is the visitors center, where instead of like the quarry show yard where you go and look at all the stone that produced in the quarry and pick the stone you want, or the environmental education center where you go and learn about the grasses and the soil and everything, you have this sort of visitor center showroom where you're like, these are the different grades of concrete that we can produce, of crushed concrete or concrete slabs that we can produce for your product. These are the different ecologies that when mixed together can produce, you know, these different offsets, and it becomes this really exciting visitor moment, and that it's surrounded by these four different types of productive moments where you might not, as a visitor, you might not necessarily kind of get into the research and production side or the new industry, but you can see all of the things that they're making, or as a designer, make your choices about, okay, I want this grade and that grade, and I'm going to do these things, and you have it all come together. And that starts to make you think harder about those relationships because you're having to speak about them in one place together like that.
Mm-hmm. I like the idea of the visitor center. I feel like I started with like 8 or 9 different plot ideas and then had to distill it down to 4. But I really didn't even think of like a visitor center as a way to really get the word out. I really like that. I'm that other plot.
Well, but isn't part of what you're saying, Isaac, is that the relationship between the plots is actually one of the strongest points for more exploration, and that visitor center would center on that narrative of exchange and complementarity?
Yeah, and I think you'd start to see some inherent kind of flaws where you're going to have to deal with the carbon costs of heavy industry and big trucks moving through the site. So you're going to have to consider the juxtapositions and relationships of those, which I think you've got the framework for that, but then it's like, okay, how do all of these things fit together? So I think that's exactly right.
And even thinking about like the emissions on part of your site being complemented by sequestration and other efforts that are happening on another part of the site, and how that actually balances in some way could be really interesting. But I do kind of get the sense, Kristen, that you're one of those folks who likes to keep all the food on your plate, not touching. It's like kind of how I'm seeing these concepts, and even the spaces within concepts feel kind of rigidly separate.
I do love mixing on a plate, but I do I see what you mean by the separate like plots, and like it seemed I see what you mean.
just to also, to say, I think it's having those buckets for thinking about unique contexts is, I think, a really valuable and valid exploration. But I think your destination is often strongest when you try to combine, what you've learned across those buckets.
I really wonder if we were not in Zoom, what this would have been. If you would have drawn, it's like one of those things where the potential for a really long section that shows us all these things together and how they work, not forced to confined to the screen, could have. It's something interesting to think about. Of like, as you go through this, how would you have thought? Would you have thought differently about it if we were not on Zoom, or like how did that? Do you think that constrained you at all in your thinking?
I mean, I would like to think it did. I mean, I was even struggling with trying to get how I had that long cement concrete production line. Like that used to be an unfurled thing that was on one slide, but because it has to fit on a screen and be legible, I had to, kind of curve it around, and like it kind of broke it up in a way. And I think, that goes into also thinking of certain concepts. Like in a way, you have to think maybe like boxed me in, or maybe didn't really see the engagement between different storylines as much. But yeah, I don't, Zoom, but I'm going to be done with it soon, hopefully. At least in the classroom.
Kristen, I think that there's also, for me, there's a question of when we shifted into sort of production of the last week and the process of refining drawings. If we had one more week, we would have looped back to your site plan of the entire neighborhood, which had kind of reappeared at this rhythm. And I think that starting to look at how these strategies start to populate the neighborhood that you were looking at, that has blocks that don't fit within the categories that you've created, is going to force some of this hybridity that we're all interested in, and it's going to test how these things combine in across the boundaries that you've created in the axons, right? So I think it's like the next portion of this iteration is about how the neat categories get messed up, and then what comes from that. And I think that could be a really rich investigation.
If you find that extra magic week, I would also go into the surface change detail that you talked about a little bit further. I think you could push that more so that it's less of a signal to a previous state, and it becomes more like a connected tissue that runs into the neighborhood. And I think it could do a lot more than just be a paver on a flat surface.
Well, thank you so much, Kristen, and thank you, Phoebe, for being our screen help here.
Thank you,
I appreciate it. We have a few minutes, and we're losing Phoebe and Katie for the next session. And I don't know if you want to make a couple comments before you depart. Cam?
I have a comment. It's for the studio as a whole. I think one of the things I've been struggling with a little bit is, and I think this, I don't know, I think it's relevant to bring it up related to the Zoom conversation. And the lack, I'm really feeling the fact that the studio wasn't able to visit sites in person. There is a kind of sitelessness to the projects, even where you have sites identified. And I think that for me is in the the missing documentation right? It feels very intellectualized and very abstract, the work as a whole. And I think there is a kind of freedom in that. But to me, it's the specifics of site. And you all have done a really great job, I think, or many of the projects have really delved into history. And even this last one, Kristen, with the history is so interesting. These, that community, and I'm really fascinated by those stories. But then it's very hard to sort of, especially as a reviewer, to find the thread from the project back to those stories that you all have discovered. And I think it's because you were not able to put your feet on the ground. And so I just, I think it really confirms for me the importance of doing that. And the site specificity as being like a really core aspect of this thing called landscape architecture, as opposed to more of a planning approach, which I think does or can permit more distance. So this studio paired with a kind of anthropological semester in front of it would be amazing. But overall, I'm really intrigued by these projects, and I think the propositions are really amazing and wonderful to see suggested for Dallas, particularly.
Just want to say thanks for inviting me. I'm glad I could join y'all, and I'm impressed by the work and the thoughtfulness that's gone into it. And I think just one final comment is, I think especially as you're forming your practice, figuring out that, even as a consultant, as a practitioner, you're not going to have time to do deep dives into everything you want to do a deep dive in. Otherwise, you're never going to sleep. But I do think there are some key places where you can scale the right moments to do the deeper dives. And especially in our practice, we call ourselves a science and equity driven practice. And so when we find those right moments to do that deeper dive, I just feel like that is kind of missing. And it also, I think, speaks to Phoebe's comment about, how things are contextualized in this weird digital world that we've been in the last year. So, I think I don't want anyone to think that some of my comments about have you thought about expanding in this way or going in more depth in this way means that you should have done that for everything across the board, all of the applications of your thinking. So that said, thanks again. And I did just want to say I am going to be teaching urban ecology next fall. So if folks are around, in the fall, sign up for urban ecology if you're interested in talking more about that kind of stuff. And Maggie, thanks so much. And it's great to see everyone.
Thank you. I just realized that Isaac is also leaving us. So Isaac, if you want to make some final comments before we all depart for a break, please do.
Yeah, I think everyone has made such incredible progress this semester, and I really applaud all of you and kind of diving in wholeheartedly. And Phoebe's comment about not being able to be here, and one of the reasons that kind of we live and work in Dallas is that it is such a interesting and unique and bizarre place with juxtapositions that are hard to understand if you're not standing within them. So please, if you're passing through, drop us a line. Gwen and I in Studio Outside are always wanting to go out and explore and see these places. So please don't be strangers, and keep pushing all that thinking about kind of what these places are. And I think you've all done a really incredible job of not allowing yourselves to get sucked into kind of all of the notions out there about prairie as motif. It's not. It is kind of deep and active, and kind of keep that thinking as you go into practice. It's not none of the ecologies or places you're working in are something where you apply something to a surface. It all is ingrained and kind of has a deep history. So really encourage you to keep that thinking going.
Well, thank you all for a fantastic second session. And Christy, we'll see you in the third session, right? Yeah. So we're going to take a break again and we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock. Phoebe, Katie, Isaac, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate all the feedback and comments. And I will see everyone else at 3. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Howdy, Maggie.
Hi, Hope.
I was just looking to see if we see Travis. Yeah, I don't. Do you?
No, I think you're the first of our critics to return.
Nope, Jenny's here.
I'm here.
Oh, there's Jenny. Hi, sorry.
Howdy,
That's okay.
Jenny. Howdy,
Hey.
Jenny.
Hello, hello.
Oh, here's Travis.
Okay.
And then Christy's going to join us again. Hooray.
Hey, Travis. Okay.
Great.
Maggie, is there a link or a folder, or is there something I should have open that would make this easier?
I will put the link for the box folder in the chat.
Is it the same one that you mailed earlier? Because
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
We got that one.
Yeah. It has been helpful since we're not doing Miro. It has been helpful just to have the board pulled up for each person as a way of kind of seeing the whole when we do the discussion. If you have the luxury of another monitor.
I do have two screens. We'll have to. My internet sometimes decides that that's just too much work. So that will be the limiting factor.
That's fair. All right, I think everyone has made it back for our third session of the day. And we have a couple new reviewers. So I'm just gonna ask our reviewers to introduce themselves. Hope, do you mind getting us started?
I hate going first. Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm so pleased to meet Christy. I've heard all about Christy from her colleagues, especially Ursula, who I just spoke with yesterday and then dialed her by mistake on my telephone today. But she says hello. I'm the current director of the program here at UT. I had the pleasure of working with this group, or most of this group, last spring, and if not sometime in your first year and your first summer with those amazing models. And it feels like so long ago. But congratulations to all of them because they're graduating in a matter of weeks. And so, yeah, please, and I'm so happy to see Jenny, though she left Austin for the East Coast.
Yeah.
I'm so pleased she could join us today.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. So I guess I'll go next. My name's Janice. I recognize some of you. I've taught a green infrastructure course for 2 years now in the spring semester. Hope was gracious enough to bring me on and take a chance on me, and I think I've enjoyed it. I have a degree from Harvard's program. I got out of there in 2009 and worked for a year in Baltimore, and then for 9 years in Texas for SWA Group, Sherwood Design Engineers, helped them start their office. And then in Austin, worked with Studio DWG and helped Cameron Campbell open up his office. So now I'm in Annapolis, and we'll see what I dig up here.
Great. Thanks, Jenny. Thanks for joining us.
Great.
Travis, do you want to go next? And then Christy?
Yeah, sure. I am a 2013 graduate of this program. I mean, it's been a minute. So I remember sort of what it's like to be in your shoes. You're like, this is the final hurdle, and then it's over. Since graduating, I moved to New York, then moved back to Texas, then I moved to New York, back to Texas. It's been a roller coaster, but I'm here now. I do sort of private residential design, and lately I have been helping with some of the botany and soon ecology courses at UT. So I've had a little preview of some of your projects, and I'm kind of excited to see what you folks are doing with like the applied science side of things. I'm looking forward to that. Thanks.
Thanks, Travis.
And hi again, folks. I'm Christy Sheremy. I'm the head of landscape architecture at Ohio State University, the Knowlton School. And I feel like Hope, you and I have been orbiting around each other for years. And yes, anything that Ursula had to say, I'm sure came at quite a volume with a lot of enthusiasm.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank all of you for joining us, making time today. I'm really excited for the conversation. And it's been a great day of reviews. And we're going to get started. June is our first, there you are, our first presentation.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Let me share my screen. Minimize your little faces. There we go. Okay. This proposal is about reclaiming industrial scars and using prairies for healing and remediation. And it will be specifically looking at the neighborhood in South Dallas called Joppy. So to position ourselves and to understand past and current industrial sites within the city of Dallas, there are a host of fallow industrial lots, which are hatched in red, and then current and past toxic chemical sites. And then the red dashed line is just an indicator to show the placement of these sites is mostly in West and South Dallas. Zooming into some of these neighborhoods of predominantly current and fallow industrial locations, we begin to understand the proximity of community to these industrial zone spaces. And Joppy itself has a plethora of industry just about 200 feet next to the neighborhood. And so when we look at this in a section to understand this proximity, there's a lot of things occurring via health risks that are placed upon this community. And some of the industrial polluters within Joppy are the Austin Bridge and Road asphalt plant seen here on the right. There's the Tamco Building Products Factory, which produces asphalt. And then there's the Union Pacific Railroad that bisects the community and the industry. And so a lot of these industries, a lot of their chemical components and their waste can be smelled in Joppy, but there are also a lot of things happening unseen, such as chemical compounds leaching into the soil and groundwater, and air particulates having a massive impact on the residents. And so it's important to not only understand the industry occurring in Joppy, but also the current activists who have done work within the community itself. And two of these people that I've identified, one is Marsha Jackson, and she's the founder of Southern Sector Rising, who advocated for the cleanup of Shingle Mountain, which is an illegal dumping site by Blue Star Recycling that was just cleaned up this past spring, which was massive amounts of asphalt shingles. And another person is Temecula Darrow, and she is a Joppy resident, the president of the Joppy Freedmen's Town Association, and she works with Downwinders at Risk, which is a grassroots organization that works for rezoning industry away from communities. To look a little further into Chapi itself and this middle ground between industry and community, we begin to understand placements for an intervention. And some of these placements could be where the railway stretches along the entire community. Another is where Chapi itself is bookended by two post-industrial sites, and pedestrian walkways can actually become this middle ground. And then another typology would be where the streets become a connector to this fallow industrial land and the community itself. And so specifically looking into this intervention, it's important to identify that these are scars placed upon the land and the community itself, and the way that scars heal. This is where prairie plantings can become a visual and also healing place for community and the soil. And so just like the scar, industrial waste has long-term toxicity, and through the use of remediation and prairie plants, it can begin to heal. And so the intervention itself is a phased out process as remediation takes years, but it begins with a kind of curvilinear line with cuts diagonally placed across it. So the importance of prairies and why prairies can be used for phytoremediation and to remove toxic chemicals from the soil. Again, it's a process, but there are different kinds of plants and the ways that they can uptake these chemicals. Some, and we'll go into further detail, but some are phytostabilization, where the roots actually collect and immobilize the chemicals. Another is called phytoextraction, in which the plants uptake these chemicals into their leaves, and then that plant itself is removed. Another is phytovolatilization, where these chemicals are actually transferred and are converted into a less toxic chemical and released into the atmosphere. And not only that, but also prairies have deep rooting systems, and they provide nitrogen into the soil, and it's a dual mechanism that they can provide. So looking at this intervention is the physical of the carving out of space and the planting of prairie grasses and these clear diagonal cuts. Microscopically, what is going on underground, like I said before, these roots are able to hold toxic chemicals. List of prairie plants that could be used to be able to perform these actions. And then the presence of what is actually happening in the soil currently are the chemical compounds. And so the manifestation of this intervention is the planting and the carving, and this would be done as a grassroots engagement. And there are existing organizations that are working in many different facets, and some of them, as mentioned before, downwind risk, Southern Sector Rising, but there are also universities that have been doing research into toxic chemicals, and they would be a good partner to understand and be able to process these plants. The second phase is the new growth, and it begins with the diagonal cuts in the ground. Some of these prairie plants are able to grow and expand and spread. Another action would be pulling some of these plants that have gathered the toxins and would also be replanting. And so some of these plants don't need to be pulled because they're able to hold the chemical compounds, but some of them do. And then others the soil begins to change and it begins to be healed through this process. And so these 3 plants are identified as ones that would be pulled because they're very good for extracting toxic chemicals from the soil, and they would need to be disposed of or potential to collect research on. And then there's action of replanting to refill some of these gaps with continual prairie plants. And the 3rd phase is within the original carving out of the ground, some plants that are not phytoremediators could be planted, such as tree species. And then prairie grasses are still able to spread, and there's still the process of replanting and removing some of these prairie grasses. And this is where we see that within these original cuts, there is healthier soil to be able to support more sensitive planting species and provide another form of visual for the scar that was originally placed by industry in the community. And so lastly, I'll end on the use of this scar as a visual manifestation of healing and remediation through time, and as a progress to identify these scars within Chappie. Thank you.
Thanks, June. Maybe I'll start with a clarification question. I think there's a ton of exciting things to talk about here. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding where you're positioning everything before we get into it. Your year 1, 2, and 3 diagrams of what the moves are and what the phases of moves are, that's all really clear to me, but it does read a little bit like a diagram, more so than a site-specific strategy. Could you talk a little bit about what the conditions are at one day before year 1? So what do you walk into, and how do you assess what's there that might push on this phasing diagram and adjust, for example, the angle of the cuts to think about hydrology or favor more, I guess, how do you adapt your diagram to the specifics?
Yeah, I think it's very flexible. And that was kind of the intention with the diagram. Some of these images, really just looking at kind of like the bridging between the fallow industrial, like on the top image is just a grass strip that's next to the rail line. And so that cut would be smaller in width and would adapt to the sizing of that space. Another would be like parking strips, again, like a very narrow, but then there are also locations of just bare ground and they're wider. So I think it's like very flexible in how it actually is implemented.
It feels like the flexibility is one of the strengths of the project. And it feels like it's in there, but that's not something that you've rendered or visualized for us, where the tolerances are and how, what I like about this is that you're thinking about community partners that would engage at this at different points. So if you're getting a whole bunch of different groups in on this, presumably your boards are not submission to the Superstudio, but they're a toolkit for the community to use and go in and say, all right, here's what we're looking at on this site versus that site down the block. We'll modify our cuts. They're going to be shorter here because we need more of them, or longer. And I think building in some notations that take the diagram to a set of tolerances that you imagine the community would encounter, I think could be really exciting.
Yeah, definitely.
And I just to hop on that idea, because I think it's a really good one, that you've described sort of the concept of your process as this like wound healing and then the end result being a scar. So something that functions in a useful way but carries the memory of the original wound, right? That's kind of what a scar does. I think getting that process of healing a little bit more through those processes. So sort of this idea of the tolerance is, what are the feedback loops that occur within your program that say, okay, now it's time. We can move on to the next set of behaviors, the next set of maintenance techniques. And I think establishing that initial condition. So you're going to need to look at like, what are my chemical contaminants and what are their exact concentrations? And that's going to then match to the specific plant species. They're going to be able to tackle those specific contaminants. And you may find that some of those soils are also going to have things like salts or high levels of compaction, or they're going to be other issues that are going to limit your plant choices. So you may have to stretch out your time span because it may be a series of hurdles that need to be overcome before you can get to that primary contaminant. And I think that using this idea as a framework and then saying, okay, we can attach this piece to this site because we need it here, or we can attach that, or we can take away this step, so that there's a little bit more explicit nature of how a community could use this and sort of what diagnostic processes would accompany it along the way. I think that would be really helpful.
Okay.
I had a similar thought. I'm so glad you brought that up, Travis. The idea of healing, I thought, the process is really well thought out in terms of the growing of the prairie, and then there are community members coming in, but the healing that happens in the community, there's another level there that I want to say like ceremonial. So maybe it is at those points where there's a certain concentration that has been removed, or there's like a yearly check-in or the yearly weeding and prairie, like just going and making it kind of, because I hear the term activation and there's a lot of community involvement. So how can it be more activated from a programmatic standpoint? So layering the thing that's happening that no one can see really happening except for the plants growing and going through their seasonal process, and then make it more highlighted through a community programmatic process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we kind of tied to that idea that wouldn't be directly related to the remediation are finding indicator species that you could tap along the way that were like moments to celebrate, right? So we can finally get this to grow here again, or we finally have successful breeding of frogs on site, something that allows the community to look back and say, kind of like what Jenny was saying, we've achieved something has happened here and we've had a hand in it, and now we can move to this next step. But something like that that's visual or performance that you can celebrate would be, I think, useful.
Yeah, I really like that idea.
I have a couple of questions. My first question is, what is the most desirable result for the health of the soil and the ground in this area? Because if some of the plants are going to be extracted, what are the ways in which, right? So we talked about this a little bit earlier this morning, right? The debris has to go somewhere, right? And so the plants have to go somewhere. So where do they go, or what alternative technologies exist for, is it burning? Do you burn them? And then, the ash does something. Do we know what the end result is, or the best practice in relation to these specific toxins?
Yeah, so there's a couple different methods.
Right, there's the three, right?
Well, I just mean of the actual disposal of the plants themselves. You can burn them and they would be in a toxic waste facility. But I did do research on the usefulness of some of these plants actually for research, because they're phytoremediation is still a burgeoning field. And so I think that's where the component of bringing in universities as partners is the potential for that to not just be waste and removed and not having any understanding of it. And so that's another way to do it.
Okay, but that isn't all of it, right? I mean, what I mean is for research, they'll take samples of a small percentage in relationship to the larger amount. So part of the discussion, I think, has to be where it goes, and and I think defining what the thresholds are for health. And and so now I understand that there is the curvilinear form, and then the juxtaposition of the lines, right, as trenches. Over time, right, the plant forms will begin to change, right, and you'll lose that, though there will still be a difference of the plant species in terms of its surrounding. I think this goes back to some of the things that Phoebe, one of the comments that Phoebe made earlier today was, what are the spatial impacts? So this is a place of work and community, right? And ownership through work, but yet what does it do in terms of changing the city or the community spatially for the residents? So there's a visual change, but what's the spatial change to how the space and form of the community itself? I think I'm interested to see what that is, as opposed to these just being these individual moments.
Yeah. And I think that's where the previous comments of like that Jenny was talking about, where they could become celebration moments and activated through programming, would better highlight that as well.
And I think kind of just a little bit what Hope might be getting at here is that each different use is going to have a different threshold of remediation required, right? So if you wanted to grow in the ground vegetables, right? So let's say that's your highest standard of remediation, versus if you needed to make a permeable parking lot for adjacent park uses, right? So that might be one of your lower standards of remediation. And if you had an idea of how the community might map those uses out along your intervention, that gives you then that sense of what level of intervention is going to be initially required in order to achieve that final outcome. And then you can get this idea, okay, well, this is a really contaminated site, and you actually shouldn't have small children going through it because there's going to be lead particulates that could come up because of the surface soil disruption. So that's going to have a way of saying no one should be in this space, versus areas that might be less contaminated that could immediately begin to be used as a recreational activity. You may not have that level of detail of information about the contamination on site, but some conceptual mapping or testing process or a way of establishing that and then linking that to the associated relevant intervention would be a useful way to be like, here's how this project really holds ground. Even if I can't point to exact places, here's the process by which that would happen.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
And then the site plan starts, it takes on more than just the two colors and the tones, right? It actually starts to give us some sense of texture, which would be representative of this kind of a neighborhood, right, on the outskirts, right, of a large metropolitan area, or enmeshed within it, right? It actually gives us a sense of again, I've said texture like 5 times, but here's the thing. We're changing the existing conditions. When do we change the practices and what strategies for the airborne particulates? Because in some ways, right, I'm thinking, Ansfern's Granite Garden version 2, right? Not the edited version, but maybe, what should we call it, right? It's not the Granite Garden. Give me a new name for, for granite, right? What should the Green New Deal Garden, what should it be? Because that starts to talk about the section and not just the soils, right? As you begin to think about the trees and the tree species, and what, besides relocation of that industry, what are other practices that we as landscape architects actually have at our disposal, or planted forms do we have at our disposal to begin to work within those systems?
I don't know. I wanted to just revisit or tag into something that Travis was saying. I think you've framed the project not necessarily as a fix, but as an answer to, you're talking about it as a scar. And I think and reframing the notion of scar as an asset. And I think if you can talk about the different phases of remediation and the different stages of what the different stages of remediation allow in terms of programming, you can talk about the project as being not a single thing, but a series of things that will unfold to meet community needs as the community grows and changes along with these sites. And it's a small change, but I think it's a reframing of the language around the project that I think does the ecological work, but I think it also starts to do some of the social work that you're hinting at, but maybe could push forward more strongly.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think, I will say, I think a particularly exciting possibility about that is if there are techniques that are being developed by the community with their partners for these social spaces that can be then taken to the homes, right? So this community will have existed next to this industry for so long, and if there's so many airborne contaminants, they're going to have problems with soil off-site, off the site that you've identified. They're going to be generally in the environment. So if there are tools, if there are plants that they can take cuttings or seedlings, that if there's a way to take what's being learned and shared at your specific site and then distribute it out through the community so they are, in a sense, we'll say empowered, right, to address the problems that they may encounter in their own homes. I think that's a really good way of drawing the community physically into this process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm going to just say one more thing. So my thought is, when you drive around and you see the cover crops, like the mustard cover crops, and they're bright yellow, and they cover, and they're very striking. But those are a type of plant that are sometimes used in phytoremediation. So what it makes me think of is, building off of this process and layering and staging is, I'm looking at your board and I see the first 3 plants that you're talking about would be pulled. And I'm just thinking about the impacts of the monoculture as a healing, the first layer is a monoculture, but that's striking. And then it's kind of, pretty simple which plants you're going to have to remove. And then layered onto that would be, more and more species. And especially if the monoculture is planted in kind of these linear rows to make kind of a statement about it, and then layer on top of that slowly. So as you go through seasons, because really there's a strong seasonal aspect here, it's going to be marked in people's minds of the change because they'll see a different, I'll use texture, color.
Yeah. No, that's really interesting. I didn't even think about like that approach to it. And that would be a much more marked visual experience.
I will say one thing about your boards. I appreciate that there's a real consistency to your color palette, right? That the whole thing clearly comes from the same family of colors and tones. But one thing that is a little bit lacking is that it's not necessarily a color palette that makes me like enthusiastic about the outcome. Like what's communicated to me is that this is a toxic condition, and I'm like, okay, this is bad. I get it. But what I'm not seeing is there's no the outcome, right? There's no relief from that in the sense that there's a transition to something different. Does that make sense? That the emotional tone of your boards is clear, but I kind of want to know, like, I'm gonna be okay once that scar heals. There's going to be color and vibrancy back in my neighborhood.
Yeah, I think I was trying to produce less utopianized perspectives that I think provide like a false sense of reality. And that's probably showed in my color palette as well. But that's where I was more headed towards.
I like the color palette. It might just be my location in Ohio, dreaming of Texas, my homeland. But no, I really like the color palette. What I would say to Travis's point is I thought some of the drawings that you showed in your slides that didn't make it to the boards, where it's not quite so bounded by the circle, but they're a little more expansive, it starts to feel more spatial and it starts to feel a little bit more welcoming in a way. So that's not exactly color, but I think it's speaking to some of the points that were raised by Travis.
Great, thank you, yeah.
This has been such a great conversation and a great start to the third session. Thank you so much, June, for getting us started here. We have Joe up next.
Awesome. All right. Hey, everyone. Let me try and get this shared. Is that visible to everyone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, awesome. I have quite a bit of ground to cover, so I'm gonna hop into it. So we've learned throughout this semester that the Blackland Prairie really relies on a number of components to be successful, whether that's the flora, the parent materials that went into creating the soils, the climate, and even the animals. And so it's the animals that I really want to focus on in this presentation, and that we'll see going forward. So just to get a quick look, simplified version of this, I wanted to show the three real keystone species and how they perform. So starting with migratory animals like these large mega herbivores, such as the bison, that help disperse seeds, fertilize and aerate the soil and stimulate grass growth, all the way over to predators that really pushed these mega herbivores throughout the Blackland Prairie to limit herbivore pressure and keep everything healthy. And then the burrowing animals like the prairie dog that help trim grasses, promote forb growth. Their burrows help create a ton of habitat, and they really improve and aerate the soil condition as well. Another way to visualize this is through this little prairie eco web. So we can see how the gray wolf and the prairie dog and the bison work together to really create a robust grassland habitat full of abundance and biodiversity. Unfortunately, through urbanization and suburban expansion, as well as like modern day agricultural practices, we've pretty much lost not only the species, but the functions that they serve. And so, of course, this is still going on. Animals in the cities are constantly threatened by habitat fragmentation. And this affects both people through loss of the ecological benefits the animals provide, but it also creates these negative and unwanted encounters. It also affects animals through fragmentation, species decline, increased competition, and again, this like negative perception by people. And so there are opportunities, of course, to mend this, whether that be stepping stones, patches and corridors, or land bridges. These are kind of more common, and they've been studied as opportunities, depending on animals and their habits and their movement patterns. But what I like to do is expand on this idea of simply creating patches and stepping stones and incorporate these into outdoor education opportunities across Dallas. And so my research into mapping began with looking at vacant sites greater than 2 acres as potential habitat patches, green and open space that's existing, to try and think about where these connections might be made most impactful, hydrological systems, and then Dallas ISD schools. And so real quick, the concept of a traditional schoolyard habitat in my opinion, is fairly limited in the species that it targets. It's usually, hummingbirds and butterflies and things like that are really important and they're great. But they're typically constrained to school boundaries, and they have a limited amount of GI, green infrastructural benefits outside of the school. And so this proposed landscape-based schoolyard habitat seeks to incorporate adjacent property, have a wider range of target species, and really grow these benefits. And so there is some precedent for this kind of work, whether one person looking at Nina Marie Lister's work, I really liked what she said. She said the ecological conservation is most successful when it's centered around community and education. And so that is essentially what I'm attempting to do. There is a school here in Austin that has done this kind of work, Headwaters Montessori. They were donated about 11 acres of land that's across the street from their school in South Austin. And they use that space as an outdoor education site. They have classroom trails, and they even invite the community out for camp overnights and things like that. There's also funding sources as well, potentially the Green New Deal, but right now, National Wildlife Federation is very supportive of these goals. And so through my research, looking at different potential sites, I honed in on this spot in North Dallas called the Treehouse Lane Community. And I chose this site because it's very uniquely situated in its context. There's the Royal Oaks Country Club. Here's the school right here, Lee A. McShann Elementary. It's right next to a soon-to-be the Southern Pacific Trail extension. That also functions as a wildlife corridor. This will tie into the design. And then the golf course that does provide some habitat, the community itself, and then this larger piece of land, about 13 acres, that would become like an extension of this outdoor education programming. So real quick about the school itself, it was named after this handsome young gentleman down below, Lee A. McShann. He was really involved in education in Dallas, and really supportive of community. He actually started a floral business and practiced landscape design around the White Rock community where he lived. And as for the school itself, it's fairly small, 640 students, 250 of which are children of refugees. They've been here maybe 1 or 2 years, and there's over 20 languages spoken at the school itself. So really interesting. And I think they have a ton of programs where they engage the community. So I think this is a really good opportunity, or would be a good starting point for a program like this. So quickly, the framework for how this runs down. The outdoor education program would start with essentially picking the species very early, and that's done through analysis. After that is determining their critical needs and studying those. And then finally, onto design plus. So design, implementation, construction, and then care afterwards. So starting with species selection, the whole goal of this is to really engage not just the students, but the community and the faculty and staff as well. So that could be a thing like bringing in wildlife experts to talk to the community and teach them. It could be incorporating technology in the classroom, and even taken outdoors to see maybe clues for what species already exist. So I've done a little bit of this work. Of course, see McShann Elementary here, and then the surroundings. There's the golf course that provides some habitat. There's woodlands. There are a few water sources and these corridors that run down. But I think what's really interesting is the amount of available habitat to the right of this corridor line and the lack on the other side where we find the school. And so this becomes about pulling in habitat over into this area. So through this research, of course, there's a ton of animals to choose from. I personally was drawn to the red-tailed hawk and the bobcat. The red-tailed hawk because it's really recognizable. And it's extremely adapted to living in urban environments, which makes it really unique for studying. And then the bobcat, because there are, well, it's a little bit of a fringe species. It's not something that you typically see. But there are current studies in Dallas tracking their movement patterns and populations. So this could be a way to integrate that research into school education. Step 2 is determining the critical needs of the species. So again, this becomes a way to engage the students in the curriculum and get them outside and get them used to this outdoor education program. So again, I've started looking at the spatial needs, territorial needs of some of these species to try and think about how they might overlap. So bobcats need actually a fairly large amount of space, 24 square miles up to. Hawks have adapted to need even less. They've survived in urban environments in about a quarter to a half mile. And then students can really get all their needs met between going to school and home. They don't need to travel around quite as much. Again, looking at how these needs are met spatially, where they might overlap, the areas that either hawks occupy or bobcats might occupy, whether it's in the urban environment or in a more natural setting. And then finally, it comes down to design. So again, this is a way to engage students and faculty with this understanding of the species needs. They can begin to apply everything they've learned up to this point and start to integrate STEM education through the design process. So really for me, it was about expanding the amount of habitat available to these species, while in some cases maybe reducing the human impact on the landscape or the space being occupied by people. So what we see here is current is this dark pink, and the idea is to expand this out a little bit into the schoolyard, and same with the hawks, perhaps. Below we have just a zoomed in section introducing these Blackland Prairie test plots that help to mediate the space between the school building and the wildlife corridor, this ephemeral water source to try and provide more habitat for species, hawk perches, and then this connection to the urban corridor. Quick plan to show how this might work generally. Ideas of having areas up next to the school that children can use to learn, such as outdoor classrooms, and overlook the water infiltration basin, and then having habitat be provided along the edges as you get closer to this wildlife corridor. Quick perspective. And then on the right is an idea of how these mounds might get built up. So having the students and the community engage in prepping the soil, the land, coming in and basically filling these socks with like growing media and then coiling them up and then seeding and watering and tending to them. And over time they grow and root down into the land, into the soil. And so I'm gonna move through. Here's the next section is the Prairie Passage. You can see down here, it's right next to the community. And here it's more about kind of reducing the impact of humans. So using trees to create a block, a separation, a little privacy between these houses and the corridor, having wildlife paths, and Blackland Prairie, like planting, grass plantings, viewing decks so people and students can gather and learn, and then having another large vegetated swale for habitat. Here we can get an idea of the resources provided by to the animals, the woodland edge for nesting and roosting and shelter. Of course, the boardwalk for students, but the stormwater basin for habitat, insects and small mammals. These swaths of prairie grass that are large and flowing to try and bring in this idea of migration that was so integral to the Blackland Prairie. And then even planting specific tree species that support more insects, more species than others, such as like live oaks. Another perspective, what you see on the bottom is actually underneath the boardwalk. So the idea is this is what the bobcat might see in this space, providing that shelter for them. So originally there wasn't much there. Now there's boardwalks for people who can occupy it during the day. As it turns into night, you have space for bobcats who or animals in general can come and, you know, maybe find a snack. And then the final space is this habitat. And again, it's about maybe reducing or introducing some spaces for people to occupy, but really extending it out for wildlife. Down below, we can see how we have the restored Blackland Prairie, moving down vegetated swales. As it bumps back up, we have these bilgai features that were part of the original Blackland Prairie soil, you know, the expansion and contraction. And then as you connect down into the having an animal blind and an urban corridor. The last section showing these bilgai and how those might look and work to capture stormwater as it flows down and is buffered by this riparian edge as it gets to the restored stream. One final perspective is just really show how this involves community coming in, planning, working the land, starting to create these landforms and watching it grow and becoming a place for people and all animals who call the Blackland Prairie their home. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe or Joseph?
Joe's fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks for this. It's a project after my heart in an enormous way. I started out teaching public school, third grade in the Rio Grande Valley for years, long before I thought about moving towards college education. So I think this is a the pairing here is super interesting. I think my comments live at more of a conceptual level, and I'll defer to my colleagues to get down to any details in the site level. But I think for me, I think there's a really interesting idea around species literacy that you're starting to link up here. And I would encourage you to take a look at a group called Ripple Effects in New Orleans. I don't know if you've linked up with them or if Aaron's been on any of the reviews here. I'm seeing Maggie nod, you must know Aaron. But this is a group in New Orleans that was built around the idea that students didn't have enough water literacy to function as intelligent citizens of their own home. And so they've partnered with schools across the city to build programming around water literacy. And that includes demonstration sites. And so in classroom exercises, moving out to actually working on plots or going to see what happens when it rains. And I think that there's a huge opportunity here for you to leverage species literacy, which is something that I haven't heard anyone talk about in the same way that you're pushing for it. There's issues with like bobcats and babies that would be a hard sell for parents, I think. But setting that aside, I think the idea of that is really great. So the big map that you presented about vacant land in Dallas, I thought was also pretty interesting. And I think it might have been outside of the context of the way that you were asked to work in this studio, but I think there's some maybe more work to do here that could have honed in on the relationship between schools and vacant land. And I think it's a really interesting idea to think about land acquisition and public schools as a strategy that could expand public schools' presence in Dallas, a school district that's very much in need of a rebranding and a new approach. And I think there are opportunities, if I'm looking at the black and the pink correctly on your map, it looks like you've identified that there are all kinds of schools out there that could leverage this. But I think that involves not just, I think you came down to a case study, but talking about the size parcels, the quality of those, the kind of ingredients in those parcels that would be appropriate for schools, and then starting to sort through your map for appropriateness. And I think that could be super interesting, and not quite the direction you took it, because I think you needed to get into the case study. But I think that potential sits out there ready for the taking.
For sure. Yeah, I definitely felt like there was a lot of reasoning that could have, been applied to like why this school, or, what type of land is best suited or most critical. And I definitely felt like, or feel like that, that would be a direction I'd really want to go if this was a, project that was getting implemented.
Yeah, and I think additional overlays like parcels that are underwater or tax adjudicated that could start to help schools understand where opportunity might lie that they might not be able to quite have the bandwidth to see yet, could be a really interesting way to position the argument. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll hand it off, is I wish, it seems like it would have been great for you to interview some principals, teachers, maybe a couple of students. It seems like that could have been a really great way to say, to build into this. This is how we actually work in a classroom, and this is how we want our kids engaging with nature. And then you could push back on that or critique that. But I think that would have been a good ingredient to have in the mix.
For sure. Thank you.
I admire the ambition of what you're saying the city can or should, or the schools can or should do. And I think that Christy's absolutely right that by picking the bobcat, you are just throwing yourself into the stiffest headwinds of what kind of urban animals should we be trying to figure out how to coexist with? Because you're going to have, like at the very start of your project, you're going to have that question of, okay, well, why would we want more bobcats in Dallas? Is there something critical about this habitat or their presence in Dallas that affects the integrity of the ecosystem? Like, why not? Can't they be next door? And I think that answering that critical question is going to be a big part of what makes this a success. Because, I listened to you talk, and all I could think about was like how widespread the adoption of Save the Monarchs has been, right? This is kind of the same conceptual template of let's build these little pockets of habitat that can stretch along the migration corridor that can all of a sudden turn this vulnerable species into, well, you know what, we're just gonna call it a less vulnerable, and we'll keep it real, less vulnerable species. Is that kind of going to work here when you pick something like a bobcat that does come with some real heavy cultural baggage and to an extent some valid concerns? Babies, if you got a house cat, that thing's going to be on the menu, right? Like there's just this scope of problems that come with picking what would have been a potentially apex predator. But I think, juxtaposing it against the red-tailed hawk, right? Like that's a floater. That is not an exclusive use bird. It can be sort of anywhere in a lot of habitats. It's very adaptable. And I think it's an iconic one that's easy to see. So I think that from a marketing standpoint, let's make room for red-tailed hawks is like, yes, we're all on board. Let's make room for bobcats is an uphill battle. So I would just be conscious of that as you're narrating it, saying, as you started with keystone species, in this new ecology within which you find ourselves, what are now the keystone species, right? What are the things that hold together this fragment of an urban ecology? And can you target them? How is that a way to go about? Because then you're shoehorning it. Okay, well, it's not just me. I don't just think they're cute. I think they're ecologically necessary for minimal performance, and then we can build from there.
Yeah, no, totally. I there definitely was reasoning, and I think I could have maybe included that more. It was also such a struggle to balance like leaning into the ecology side of this concept and the like school education community side of it.
Well, I think that's the nut you got to crack, right? Because the value to the school and the kids is going to be the education that comes from the strength of the ecological argument. That when you're bringing this to a school and you're saying, here's a moment to develop, I think Christy's idea of species literacy is a great one. Like if you're going to talk about, here's how to develop a greater level of familiarity with your surrounding ecological context, you got to be like, and this is why hawks, platform nesters, they nest this particular type of year. They can share platforms with barred owls, with other kinds of platform nesting birds. They do all of this stuff that you may not see as a casual observer. But once you can see it, now you're more appreciative of their role in an urban environment, like possums. No one likes a possum until they learn that they're one of the primary predators of ticks.
Yeah.
So you can shift perceptions by providing that ecological context. And I think that's kind of the work that has to be done.
Cool.
I'm gonna kind of put a twist on that, because I actually think by including animals like the bobcat, you get the interest of the students. They are going to be a lot of them will be so much more excited about an animal like that, than maybe a smaller, less exciting and than a possum. But I'm actually, I did not know that about possums, and now I'm educated. So this is great.
They can't get rabies. Like they do a lot of things.
They do, but I think so it is an interesting approach. I love that you've mapped all of these properties, and applying the word new ecology to that term, to this, I think is really helpful. And I think it can be the sort of a guiding point for how you talk about you have the very ambitious restoring of, Blackland Prairie systems, and the, the layering of like, well, let's push that further by also making sure we're introducing animals where they need to be to help with that function, because of that connection between the two. And then I was really skeptical about the bobcat as well, but then I heard you say that they're tracking their existing movements in Dallas already. And so then that made me think, okay, you know what, when I lived in South Austin, people would find large cat, like maybe it's bobcat, I don't even know. It could be mountain lion, because we were so close to Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center. And they would find them in the creeks and streams very close to the neighborhood. So they're already there, right?
Yeah.
So if there was a proposal that said, hey, there's all this vacant land adjacent, and I'm just attracted to the dark pink parcels that are next to the lakes, and the light pink parcels, because that's already green open space. And so, say there's bobcats there, and then you identify these vacant, areas greater than 2 acres that can go back to being having Blackland Prairie characteristics, and have maybe it's not introducing more bobcats, but tracking where the ones that are existing, and then helping their existence. Like it's just a way of talking about it, and I think building on this map and identifying like so many different opportunities through different ways of categorizing the land there.
Yeah, definitely. I should have included it, but like one of the main reasons why I thought it would be the bobcat would be a good species is because they travel further as there's more fragmentation, in order to find food and water. So it was like this idea of, if we create more habitat, you have less negative interactions. You have actually a reduction in, these maybe even bobcat numbers. It just, and then also we rely on pesticides. So, when they get rabies, that has a lot to do with the chemicals that we put in the ground and things like that. So I think it could have been or should have been included.
I am with Jenny that just because it's difficult does not mean that it should not be pursued. I think that, you know, picking the bobcat is definitely a good way to draw attention to the project. It doesn't slip, right? It doesn't slip under the radar because it's a species no one really has an emotional response to.
Maybe not at the school board presentation though.
But I think the idea of developing a toolkit that's about reducing interspecies conflict is going to be key, right? So this idea that if bobcats are healthy, if they have intact, high quality habitat, you're much less likely to find them at that human wild interface. Then that's the kind of story to tell about, yeah, they're here and they're gonna be here. But if we can manage our interactions with them, we can reduce the conflict. And then that becomes a valuable, because they're here. And if you reduce the conflict for bobcats, for example, you're gonna be working on the same level kind of contact with coyotes, the same kind of contact with foxes, and all of those have their own problems within an urban context, but of course they're here whether we want them or not.
Yeah. Which means that I think another part of the argument is the time of day. Right. And so that's the story. Okay, let me say this first of all. There's been a lot of development and getting to the intent in the work that's happened since the last time I saw the project. So Joe, I need to commend you on that. That needs to be stated. But I think there's a few things that I would like to see. And one would be the time of day, right? And the programming, right? So kids are active when's the bobcat active? We know the hawk is active, right, during the daytime. So there are these opportunities where they will overlap. But then there's the wildlife camera, which captures the bobcat at night in the structure or finding a small mammal or rodent that is part of its food web in certain times, right? So there's other ways to capture its presence. So I think that daytime clock might actually be another way to talk about this is when the kids are there, this is when the bobcats are there. These are the right, as a means of allaying the fears of those. But Travis said it more articulately than I did. I think I'm looking at, I think it's board number 2, where you have the overlaps. So I'm looking at your larger boards, not slide 2. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 3 boards. And I'm looking at the bobcat, hawk, and student, and I think that's the territories. I almost wonder that by isolating them out is slightly challenging. If they were overlapped and you actually, like you had done with the sections, discussing the area of influence or the need of habitat for these species, I think that would, right, see the bobcat, hawk, and student in between 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I think that the fact that you've separated them out, I think is troublesome for me because I don't see the relationships between the shapes, and I can sort, but I can make a relationship back to the student. So I think there's some mapping things that that need a little bit of improvement. But I'm going to say this, I think Christy's totally right. Her first comment about the GIS data, right? You've adjusted the, you've started to categorize and give the area, but yet it's the relationships and proximity. So there are buffers and types. So there's a whole nother set of attributes in your descriptor columns that you need to engage that actually starts to give a very different texture and also allows you to prioritize which sites within the region would be appropriate for these types of programs. All right, and so that was spot on and really not something that we talked about in your mid-project discussion or about 2 weeks ago.
And 2 easy layers to import to get to that, to something like that would be, canopy and then your flood zones, right? Because where you have mature closed canopy and it's occurring in a flood zone, that is going to be really good bobcat habitat, right? That these are ways you can map. And I'd say, again, to this idea of how do you get those territories to overlap, is that if you use, and you sort of developed a little bit of that language where you had some of the spots listed as good for hunting, right? Good for various things. pull that out to an icon, right? And then give us the by species, what do they need related to those icons? And then as those icons are distributed across your GIS map, the more overlap you have in your GIS map, then the higher valued site that becomes. And where it has this proximity to a school, all of a sudden you have these like clusters that you can start with, and you say, okay, this one has really high quality potential habitat, very close to a school, let's target that. And it may be that you end up with a handful of species, right? Because not all of these are going to be suitable to the 2 that you've chosen. You can say, here's the 3 that I see as signifiers, and each one prefers a different set of relationships. And where this one exists, you use this one as your model animal. And where this one exists, you use this one as your model animal.
Great. Yeah. Those are great ideas.
But more Nina Marie Lester and the web.
Always.
Not the species, not the individual. Little more of that.
Joe, I also just want to say that you've really cranked up the heat on this project in the last couple of weeks, and I appreciate all the work and good thinking that's gone into it. You had this idea very early on, and seeing it explored through all of these various drawings is so exciting to me. So thank you so much.
For sure. Thank you.
He's used some learning from my class, so good job there.
Yeah.
Excellent. It's all working together. We have our last presentation of the day. Taylor.
Hey, everybody. Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
Okay, so bringing up the... Everybody seeing everything okay?
Yes, looks good. Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This project is titled Collective Recollection, Cultural Preservation, and Land Stewardship in a Historic Dallas Freedmen's Community. So my thesis is really about coming in off the heels of emancipation. The 10th Street Historic District can attribute its success to its founders' intimate knowledge of land management practices specific to the Blackland Prairie. These practices created a diverse set of land typologies, which were maintained to receive a self-sufficient society that supported communal, economic, and ecological health. This project asked the question of how can we harness historic practices of land stewardship to move away from ecological and social monoculture toward a more engaged cultural ecology in today's 10th Street. Just turn off my hair for a second. So often referred to as freedom settlements, freedom colonies, freedom towns, freedom villages, I'll refer to them as freedom communities. They were often defined by the settlement of multiple families in a location often thought undesirable, river bottom lands prone to flooding and other hazards. Spatially, they were defined by the presence of 3 important landmarks, namely the church, the school, and the cemetery. Due to indigenous land practices, these areas were equipped with a fertile soil profile that gave them the ability to work the land and support themselves and their communities. Human actions were aligned with the practices of growing food and livestock on many different scales, and the land provided both the tools to complete these tasks and the place to act them out. So the Southern tradition of the swept lawn is an example of a hybrid land form that accommodates both domestic duties and leisurely activities. The lawn was actually more of this sort of clay pad, was maintained free from debris by brooms made from trees such as birch and dogwood. Gardens in the Southern tradition would have been fenced in, as you can see back here, while livestock were around to roam freely. So these were all really specific categories of freedmen communities. So this diagram demonstrates the variety of land typologies that were centered around the home. The hybridization of these land types among freedmen's communities provided opportunities to act out daily rituals of self-sufficiency by working with the resources provided by the land. These spaces were defined by the function taking place within them, yet were flexible enough to accommodate a range of chores and tasks. These land types were not defined by any rigid or physical boundary and often have the effect of bleeding into neighboring land types through vegetation and human actions. Sectionally, these practices would have performed an engaging and diverse multi-use land typology that was directly related to human actions and the goals of self-sufficiency. Over time, as the human element declined, so too did the diverse land typologies that they stewarded. What remains today is the untended monoculture of the grass lawn, lacking the ecological qualities needed to sustain a healthy community. So the 10th Street District is located south of the Trinity River and directly east of I-35. In 1887, it was originally thought to encompass almost 300 acres. And by 1993, only a small portion of that original settlement was designated as an official historic district. And the history of 10th Street was affected by many major events in US history, namely the emancipation of enslaved peoples in 1865 in Texas. In 1867, William H. Horde issued a payment of land holdings to those he formerly enslaved to establish the 10th Street District. Jim Crow laws prohibited movement into the rest of Oak Cliff, as it was designated white only. So by 1900, 10th Street was full functioning settlement with churches, schools, banks, pharmacies, clubs, industries. 10th Street began experiencing steady economic decline following the Great Depression, and this was exacerbated by discriminatory housing policies and redlining efforts in the 40s, and followed by the construction of I-35 in 1967. Looks like my thing does not like to go. Okay, yes. In 1937, the Homeowners Loan Corporation zoned the area that comprised the 10th Street District as D, or hazardous, which indicated a very large Black population that was still present at this time. This designation would limit the resources that residents in this area would have access to due to discriminatory housing policies, setting in motion a consequential period of disinvestment. By 1967, the I-35 freeway would be completed from Oklahoma to Dallas, cutting off 10th Street westernmost area and cutting them off further from the rest of Oak Cliff. To construct the freeway, the city would have purchased land in this area at low cost following the economic downturn of the Great Depression. That land, not used for freeway construction, would then begin to sit in further strategic disinvestment, coupled with increasing regulations on construction and development in the area, following the district's historic status and the codes that came with that. And that has resulted in much of the fallow lands to see today. So the fallow lands that I'm really identifying has a really strong history of supporting sort of that Black narrative of self-sufficiency, but also is intrinsically tied to this sort of the consequences of civic infrastructure. And this follows similar patterns all through the US. We see it in LA and Oakland and in Dallas, in Austin here. So the focus of this project will be the 6 vacant parcels adjacent to the Greater El Bethel Missionary Baptist Church on the corner of 9th and Cliff in the 10th Street Historic District. The church has long been recognized as one of the most powerful social institutions in the Black community. They provided vital spiritual, cultural, economic, education, health, and education services, and it became the center for economic cooperation as members would pool their resources to buy land and build homes and mutual aid centers. Greater El Bethel Missionary Baptist was founded in 1926, and their congregation was formed by the members and residents of 10th Street. Today, the congregation largely still consists of descendants of 10th Street. Along with other churches in the area, they provide still a number of community and cultural resources. They heavily use the surrounding area for special events and other social needs, and will be a necessary and invaluable member to the success of any intervention in this area. So by identifying various community pillars in 10th Street and using Greater El and this site as a pilot, we can start to create anchors for this intervention that's directly connected to the residents and community members. It wasn't until 1920 that 10th Street had been officially mapped by the Texas Sanborn maps. It showed at the time that there was many as 6 dwellings in the fallow adjacencies next to Greater El. It's likely that these residents would have been members of Greater El Bethel and participated in land management practices that would have benefited the whole block. Today, that area sits fallow, losing the last remaining dwellings as recently as 2015. And although designated as a historic district to be preserved, both the built environment and the cultural ecology of 10th Street continues to evaporate. And to understand the impending development that will likely hit 10th Street, we can look at some surrounding development in the area, namely the Trinity River Corridor Project and the Oak Cliff Gateway and Bishop Arts TIF districts that were developed to attract new businesses and increase real estate values. And they pay for public improvements like new streets and sidewalks, utility burial, acquisitions, architectural and planning work, all kinds of things. The population of Dallas has increased 12% since 2010. And as it increases more, it's likely that developmental efforts will eventually touch 10th Street District. So this project really seeks to ask the question of how can we intersect this inevitable development intensification to encourage development that is concerned with the preservation of landscape heritage and a cultural history of self-sufficiency and community care. The purpose of this project is to take these fallow vacancies of monocultural mowed lawns and move to a more engaged landscape of both diverse human and land typologies, using a combination of land use diversity, collective engagement, and public art. The 4 strategies that will be used for this purpose are derived from the engaging actions that will be needed to shepherd in a collective and supportive landscape. First, we sweep the prairie into the space using fast-growing grass species native to the Blackland Prairie, both in an effort to counter the mowed lawn typology and to increase ecological diversity, but also to recall a native land typology that would have been more present during the district's heights. Growing the garden and establishing 6 plots that sort of metaphorically reference the 6 dwellings that were once present, fenced in as they would have been historically, and arranged in a way to sweep away individual lot lines for the creation of more collective space. Maintaining the yard, as the yard was often adjacent to the homes, entrances and exits, and operates at that threshold of public and private space where collective communication could take place. Historically maintained as a sense of pride for first generation of Black families to own property, it's often kept beautiful with flowering varieties and places to interact with neighbors. And then finally, activating the porch. And the porch can be established as a tool to support human engagement needed to bring in, that's needed to bring in these diverse land typologies. Spaces can become activated with community needs and also literally sets the foundation for a future development that will be of and for the community of 10th Street. So by referencing historic Black vernacular landscapes, we can understand the land's relationship to these human elements that stewarded. So a number of things really influenced this project, which was the relationship between the productive landscape and the sort of more naturalized landscape that was allowed to be more naturalized. The sort of ephemeral boundaries between land typologies and the sort of family center around all of this diverse land use, and thinking about the family home as a community home, as the community's home that's collectively owned. So each strategy draws from a set of plant typologies to define them. In the prairie, like I said, fast-growing grasses like blue stems and switchgrass would make up this plant palette. The installation of each element is heavily dependent on collective organization as a communal project, and that's why I identified Greater El Bethel as a site to begin work with and to understand what their needs are for this site. It can be installed as a community beautification event that's applicable for all ages, using a range of methods such as seed bombs and plugs and other planting methods. The garden presents an opportunity both to reference historic land typologies and a history of Black gardening and farming outside of slavery. Growing food is an essential component to creating resilient and self-sufficient communities in today's society. It begins to address issues of food sovereignty that plague disinvested neighborhoods, and not only can provide access to healthy food, but we can start to create job training around growing food and land management practices, in addition to understanding sort of the land management of the prairie sort of land typology. BC Workshop is an organization that has already worked heavily with the residents of 10th Street, both to map out historically significant heritage, but also to start to envision possibilities for the future of the neighborhood. They do so using a mixture of community events like vendor and food markets, as well as public art, such as the Ghost Bridges exhibit that seeks to reference historic infrastructure, and the Noah's Ark that was made out of salvaged building materials from the area. And both of those came with really large community engagement events. In 2013, they hosted Neighborhood Stories, where people wrote hopes and memories for what they envisioned for the future of 10th Street. And so my project really wants to build heavily along that narrative on the work already established by those community members in BC Workshop. So the garden's third function serves as a sort of bulletin board of community history and collective aspiration. People can similarly post visions of the future, memories of the past on translucent windows that can be situated within the fence's framing. And that's, you know, photos or writing or anything that can start to collectively envision the future of this space. So the yard functions as a meeting place for family and community members. Its maintenance is focused both on the introduction of flowering pollinator species to increase local biodiversity, but also on the maintenance of community relationships within the space. It reimagines the threshold of the private and public that the porch has come to represent, that the yard has come to represent. In this case, the threshold of individual and collective communication and interaction. The porch is activated to respond to the collective engagement needed to diversify the landscape. The porch is created to reflect the foundation of a future home or community center or a Skillshare school as dictated by the needs of the collective stewards that operate the land. The porch serves as this as an object for collective engagement and literally sets the foundation for the future development, which is of and for the people of 10th Street. So this project uses a framework that's based on community and collective engagement to address the prompts of the Green New Deal. So number of opportunities for jobs and land stewardship, gardening, prairie maintenance, design and carpentry, education, liaison with the city to understand sort of rules and regulations. Thinking about justice in the form of community development that addresses issues of food sovereignty, employment and education opportunities, and begins to honor and recognize local heritage. And finally, in decarbonization, it can increase biodiversity with the 0.7 acres that this lot represents, increasing numbers of pollinator species, and has the potential to sequester at least 1 metric ton of carbon per year. So thank you all. Thank you.
That's a lot to tackle in 6 lots.
Yeah, it is. Sorry, I just want to see everybody's face. Hey.
May I ask a question? A clarification question. I don't have a comment. Can you explain again the idea behind erasing the lot lines in the 6 blocks?
Yeah.
I'm super interested because you still reference them in a way.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a challenge for me to identify sort of these 6 individual lots that could somehow be transformed into a community space. And through all the mapping that we look at, we see these lines that are represented. But when you go out there, so I was actually able to visit. So for those of you who don't know, I was actually born in Dallas, and my dad lives very close to a cliff. So I was able to visit, and you don't see any lot lines there, right? You just see this really expansive lawn. And I'm sure the city comes in and mows like every 6 months. And so the idea is that we want to create a development on this space that's not necessarily enforcing kind of individuality, or I shouldn't say not enforcing individuality, but kind of, stepping aside to a more collective space. So a metaphorical sweeping away of the lot lines, if you will.
Okay. I'll accept that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think you got to be bolder. And that, because I think that this idea of erasing this concept of individual lots. And I think you got to get to like, where does that intersect with Black home ownership and Black wealth creation? That if you're talking about the economic development of the adjacent zones threatens the remnants of the 10th Street Freedmen's community. Part of that's going to be those tax burdens. Part of that's going to be the economic pressure to sell and move out.
Yeah.
Is there a vehicle you can imagine or that exists that you could borrow that say you use the purchase of these 6 lots under that vehicle as the nest egg, right? So that's the thing that starts it. But then as community members see the viability of the idea, this is a way to transfer land ownership into a community vehicle that shifts the tax burden from an individual who may not be able to meet it year to year and could be in danger of losing their property. So it's an adapting of this idea of what it is to be a homesteader to be a we'll call it a community steader, so that your project is then this model that can be used as other threatened communities as a way of shifting land ownership to preserve individuals, but within that same shared space.
Definitely. That's definitely a huge component of this, and something I didn't touch on because I haven't been able to find a clarifying answer is actually who owns this land right now. So I was told that it was gifted to the church, and the last sort of information I was able to find was that the church willed it over to a community development organization that I haven't been able to find any information about. So I think that like this question of ownership, even as confusing and vague as it is now, was a huge kind of motivator for this project and understanding kind of what collective ownership, really means. Yeah, thank you for that, Travis.
Anna, could you, building on that just a little bit, could you, if we think about this as the prototyping project, could you talk about how you see that as the seed for the next step?
Yeah, so in identifying kind of the community pillars of 10th Street, there were a number that each kind of had their own issues of vacancies surrounding them in the area. So there was the school that I mentioned, N.W. Hawley has been there since 1900s. And then there's also the historic Black Oak Cliff Cemetery, and then also Eloise Lundy Recreation Center, which was historically sort of a Black only recreation center. And each of those kind of has their own issues that they're dealing with fallow vacancies. And I kind of played with giving each of them kind of a toolkit of how to address their own issues, because obviously you have, recreation that has more public access versus, school access, and kind of what that meant. And I chose these particular lots because I was really interested in kind of the land typology surrounding the home. But I think that each of those community pillars could possibly have their own tools to engage with the fallow land that surrounds them, and using them as anchors to address those vacancies around it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, go ahead, Christy.
Just really quickly, I think that I love the Black vernacular landscapes diagrams. I think those are fantastic. I love how just accessible and but also open-ended they are. And it seems like there's a set of diagrams that lives with this project that maybe isn't the same language, but talks about the anchor organization and the seating and the kind of adjacencies that you're sort of got in your head.
Yeah, definitely.
I challenged Taylor a couple of weeks ago that, this has similarities to the reverse transect, right? Which we saw often. And many years ago, right? Post Rust Belt, the reverse transect. And so here's the thing, is this the collective transect or the recollection transect? I actually think what's powerful about this is that it puts forward a strategy to begin to address these issues of the fallow land or the abandoned land within these neighborhoods. And what I really appreciate is that instead of increasing lot size, right, it starts to look at your anchors as the means to, right, really give identity, right, and bring back activity and community. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I think there's a more future to this as a academic or research project. Always have, I think, Taylor. Stay another year. I
think you need a planning degree.
Oh no. Well, she get PhD. So, but here's the thing. Can we talk about those L-shaped gardens?
Yeah, we can talk about them.
Why are they an L? Because look at your diagrams, which I am so appreciative of, right? Why are they L's? Is it to define that little space in between? Because I think they're so small.
Yeah.
And I think I think the land area is really tight.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're maximizing again, we don't know what how many people will want to have their own garden plot to maintain. But I think that I think you should be able to maximize that space, and thus the fence that works with it.
Right. Yeah, the L was from an earlier iteration of this site plan. Some even Maggie hasn't even seen this new version of my site plan. And in the other site plan, the L sort of created an arc that had a different communal space. And of course, in the middle of the night, I was like, nope, that's not what I want to do. But I I did want to sort of play with the creation of space within the garden fence, or outside of the garden fence. And that was kind of my touchdown. But I also want this to be as like loosely prescriptive as possible. It's like, yes, we want gardens. Yes, we want to grow food. And yes, using the fence as a public art. But tied to the form of that, I'm not. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, it's so picky, but I was just like, gosh darn it, I just don't think there's enough garden in here.
Well, here's a way to get to that. Because I agree with Hope. I don't think there's enough garden.
But but hold on, remember, the garden needs a fence.
Well, sure. But I think your original studies about Friedman's self-sustaining homes, right? What was the home economics? How did that garden function? You do a little bit of the nutrient cycling. You kind of hint at it. We talk about fava beans, yes. Legumes, nitrogen fixers in the soil. But what was the primary source of nitrogen?
Yeah.
Going to be chicken poop and pig poop, right? Yeah. Like animals weren't extra in terms of how the economy of those farms worked. And I think bringing some of that and making it more explicitly part of, okay, well, if I'm going to take away a lesson that I'm learning here and I'm going to apply it at my house, I need to understand that nutrient cycling. If I'm going to have self-sustenance, like make my own garden to tackle a food desert issue, how am I going to know how to do that? And I think this site becomes an answer to that, and that I would rearrange it and I would treat the church as the house. So using the way you've mapped those lots, let the church be your house, because that's your social center and it already exists and there's no reason to compete with it. And then draw the porch and then draw the garden and draw those things into your spaces, because then you can let go of this idea of the 6 individual lots, which doesn't seem critical to what you're trying to express. So then let those land uses, that Black vernacular land use, spread across your site, and then it gives you enough room to achieve, I think, more of your goals. And I would also pair that with somewhere there needs to be cooking lessons, right? How do you can? How do you preserve? What's the seasonality of those crops? And how do you wild forage? How do you supplement what you're growing at home with what you can find in the landscape? Because that's the kind of knowledge that's also missing. That's what made those homes successful, is how do you keep fruit good throughout the year? How do you make a bumper crop of tomatoes if you're growing determinants? How do those last? And I think you've set up this great moment here, and that's the model. Isn't necessarily the physical space, it's that social thing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and yeah, I really like that idea of using the church as the social center home. And I think the other components of this is you're right, the seasonality, and then the kind of phasing in of all of these land types, which obviously I was hoping to demonstrate don't happen at once, but I want to further that investigation and kind of how you bring it in, and also how you mix in the community engagement that needs to happen before any of these phases can be completed.
Yeah, I also had some thoughts about, so your presentation had so much information. I want to hear it again. There's so much I did not know. But what I heard was church as economic cooperative. And so that brings me around to what Travis just said, that was really interesting to me. And then so I heard self-sufficiency, I heard a lot of things, but self-sufficiency, church is economic cooperative, and then surrounding development, and the TIFs in particular, which were presented as if it's sort of this impending gentrification that's happening. Is that kind of what?
It feels that way to me. I don't know if you've ever been to Bishop Arts, but
I haven't been there.
Yeah, it feels like it's coming in. And the only thing that stopped it is really the historic designation. And I think that's prevented a lot of development in 10th Street.
So would you would you say that Black-owned development and businesses on this land would be the next step, like a positive result after this sort of? It seems like this project is providing a space to celebrate history, right? And also sort of, I heard Hope say recollect. I think she was talking about spaces, but almost like the community.
Yeah.
And then once that's done, then, you know, where's that level of like self, you know, bringing back the self-sufficiency for the modern day?
Yeah, and I think Maggie's familiar with my sort of lament this semester of me trying not to overprescribe about like my ideal utopia of what this has the potential to be. And I think from the beginning of this project, I was really interested in the foundation or the porch as this kind of, you know, promise of something that could be developed. And I know from my research, residents of 10th Street that are still there, they're like, we want homes, we want this place to be used, we want to bring in everything in a way that's not going to push us out. We do want this. And so that kind of leaving it off at the kind of porch that could eventually be a home or what have you, or any kind of development was me kind of being like, okay, well, then the community takes it away. I don't know, like then
right.
Take the autonomy into what it would be after that. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, no, and I was more just, it was really an open-ended question. I think, you know, the challenge is when you take all the space to create the community gathering space, then to take it away for something else is sometimes challenging. So that's just something to think about as you go forward with thinking about phasing and how things can evolve. But I am my eye just keeps going, and maybe it's because it's at the center, but the porch, I mean, I think that's a fantastic, it's a fantastic term for so many reasons, you know, and I think there's a lot of fertility here for like, what is the next level, focusing on self-sufficiency and economic cooperative.
Yeah, I think that's really where that collective engagement comes in. So, you know, providing the space to have resource events, or, you know, for the church to administer their resources and to connect with community members outside of the church, and creating a space for that collective engagement to happen so that the self-sufficiency can grow.
Right.
No.
Go ahead.
No, Travis, I'll let you go ahead. Well, no, I'm going to go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay. Sorry, Travis. Here's the thing. Let's talk about the site plan, Taylor. All right. Okay. Is that what you were going to say, Travis?
Yes. I want to talk about the site plan too. I'm on board.
Okay. So here's the thing. So Travis will conclude because we know how inarticulate I am. All right. So here's the thing. I understand the conundrum of being too determinate for a proposal where you want the neighborhood to make the decisions, right? You want the community to make it, right? So, and I understand that that's been something that the whole studio has been struggling with, right? In different ways. But then we come back again to that, what is within the boundaries of the discipline? So what's interesting is over the years, right, landscape architects have become entrepreneurial, and that they find the ground and make the project. They build the research, they build their practices through the research projects, right? So we've seen generations that come from the academy to young professionals to where that's de rigueur, right? And now, so the discipline has expanded, right? And we've redefined it, and the youth in the discipline have redefined it in some ways, but yet there is still the formal or the spatial implications of this. So you've done a tremendous amount of research. There is an open-ended set of prescriptions that can be adapted for the neighborhood and for individuals. But now the task at hand as a landscape professional, what is the language of design, right? Or the forms that are part of this language that gives it a pretty clear identity as the collective.
Mm-hmm.
So is that where the street tree disappears and moves to the back of the lot?
Mm-hmm.
Right? What are the, where's the sidewalk
Mm-hmm.
in relationship to the existing, or what should be there as a sidewalk in the car?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there are all these, there are now some techniques that the discipline can apply.
Right.
And so I think that for me would be the next step, right?
Definitely.
Safe crossings, the language of the street tree, the burial of the utilities, which I think has had a tremendous, we talked about this, but a tremendous impact on the nature of the street,
Mm-hmm.
and the quality of shade, right, in the neighborhood. So I think that is the next level of development for you.
Yeah.
So is it rethinking the street or the urban language, urban landscape language in Dallas, and reproposing, or yeah, I think that's where I ask you to look next.
I will second all of that, and that my again, I would say you've got to, this is a moment that requires you to be bolder than you have been, in that there's a danger when you're, I think, addressing something with such rich historical context, that there's going to be a desire by people to come in and borrow directly, right? So just move those things forward in time, and you can end up with either like a living museum, right? Mm-hmm. Or you have poverty porn, where it's just look at how they used to live. Mm-hmm. And I don't think either of those are the outcome that you want. So I think on you as the designer, so you've done the work as you as a socially engaged person. Yeah. Now it's time to bring that skill set as you as a trained designer to say, well, here's how we can update those materials. Mm-hmm. Here's how we can create spaces that perform in the similar way, mm-hmm. but they do it either low cost or low maintenance, or they do it within reach of the homeowners. That you taking those skills and applying them into the community is the same kind of investment that you're calling on others to do. Yeah. By being shy about applying those skills because you want to respect the autonomy of the community is not fair to them and to yourself. And I think that and I'll tell you, it's going to be like Lego directions. You can say this is what the castle should look like in the end, but it never does. Right. Because they're going to add the pieces the way they want to, and they're going to want the gate. But the point is to show them how the tools are applied. Yeah. To use your creativity and your skill set to update those materials, to update those spaces, and say, this is what's possible now.
Yeah. And I will say, just for the process for me, the site plan really came last, as far as the formation, and I was so heavily invested in research and strategy for engagement. So the form of it, I think, definitely has obviously a lot more work that can be done as I continue to refine the strategies that kind of influenced it. And the fear of creating something that people don't want, I think it was hard for me to grapple with, and I became more invested in on how I could extrapolate kind of what they were looking for, and yeah, but I do want to kind of give it a harder edge, give it a hard edge to the plan.
I mean, we talked about public meetings yesterday, right? I mean, how many of us who practice, right? We've been to a public meeting, and even though you are there as a force of good, mm-hmm. right? The whole prospect of change, right? The fact that you are coming in and representing change to their place of meaning, right? Is a challenge, right? And so, sometimes there's hostility just for the idea that someone wants to bring change. Right. And so I think it's it's a challenge. It's a real challenge. But I think the research that you've done is what positions it as not something that is a threat. But then there is a formal language that is familiar or expressive of your intent. And I think that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Taylor, thank you so much for a really thoughtful project, and also for concluding our sessions today. I appreciate it. Well, this is the end of our day, and I'm so pleased with the conversations and the quality of the work that we saw today. I'm really ecstatic. I'd like to invite our reviewers to make some final comments to the group, if you'd like.
I'll kick it off. Great to be here. This is my first time ever joining reviews at UT, and it's just been a total treat. So really great to see where the program is and what you're up to. I'm really struck by, so we also had our studios aligned with the Green New Deal, although we didn't participate in the submission process, in large part because the boards constrained a lot of the topics we were trying to take on. And so I really appreciate that you sucked it up and dealt with it and got in there. And it was great to see. I was very much struck by a studio that's focused around futures for Dallas. Could be very much about landscape history. And I think that that's a really wonderful thing. And I think it posits a new definition, or an expanded definition of what landscape history can and should be, which is much more focused on maintenance, on participation, and on care for human and more than human networks. And like that as a way of thinking about what history is and how that moves us into new futures is very exciting to me. So I congratulate you all on not only the studio, but it sounds like graduation, and wish you well. If you ever come through Ohio, I hope you will drop me a line, and I'd love to see where you head next. So cheers.
Maggie, great job leading such a large scale studio with a lot of depth. Sounds like you had a fun time diving into all the different aspects of Dallas. I don't know Dallas very well, but I also want to say great job to the students. I know this semester was particularly challenging. And so I'm impressed with the quality of the work and the thinking and the research and the varied approaches. So I'd love to see more.
Yeah, congratulations, Maggie. I'm overjoyed to have Christy join us. Really, it has been too long. It's been too long. So hopefully we'll get to bring you here, and we can charm you with Texas hospitality, of which Travis is the expert. And all right, sorry, I was trying to make a transition, but I'm so happy that Christy could join us, and with Travis and Jenny as part of our teaching faculty, and have had the opportunity to work with these individuals on and off during their time here. And congratulations to you all as you sort of hit this last week running toward graduation. And so I congratulate you all on a lot of hard work and the speculation that is integral to what advanced studios are. And so I really appreciate your delving into the research, defining your own problems, and then doing the hard work of transforming research into a physical or potentially spatial project. All right, and so I thank you all very much for your efforts, and I congratulate you all, and thank you, Maggie, and all of the guests over the course of the day, because it's been quite a serious conversation since this morning.
Yeah, Maggie, this is quite an incredible studio. I mean, any semester would be a lot to take on, but this one has posed its own challenges. So I think everyone, certainly all the work I've seen this afternoon, you've really pulled it together, and you've put together some interesting projects. I think, yeah, enjoy this graduation, take some weeks away from it. I think hopefully that the three we saw this afternoon, there are some clear ideas about where you could take the projects next if you felt like you were emotionally ready to get back to them, because I know that's a tough thing. I would say that for each of you, something valuable to think about if you choose to go back to them would be if you had to make like a pamphlet to give the neighbors, right? So you're going to go door to door and you were going to try and canvas for this idea. What would be that pamphlet to explain the core of your idea, how it functions, and what the benefits would be to them in the community? Because I think that would really help crystallize some of the more amorphous components of each of your projects and allow you to like, okay, I need to get it in just this much space, this level of just brevity, and to this level of existing knowledge, right? Those three hurdles would be really good to overcome. But as it stands, it's great. I mean, that's just me wish listing. I think that the projects have been wonderful. So thank you all. And Adam, you got some comments? You popping in there with your video?
Look, you guys, you can see I'm on a job site. This is what you get to look forward to in the very near future. I got to listen to most everybody today as I set up my phone like a podcast. So it was really wonderful to hear your presentations. And I can't believe how far you all have come from sleeping on the porch at the New Braunfels utility studio. And just, where we started, I had two of your early studios, and to see how well you all speak to landscape architecture now, I'm really proud of how far y'all have come. So it's just really exciting to see the growth in the program and sort of the quality of the graduates that are going to come from it all. So I'm just really happy to see how well you all have done, and the work looks great. And the narrative and the story and the research, everything is just, miraculous when you see your final studio compared to, where we all started this journey. So congrats, well done. Super happy to see that.
Great. Oh, congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much for coming along on a very challenging semester, even though some of the challenges I set up for us, and I appreciate you being up for them and digging into some questions about how we define our field, how we define infrastructure, how we engage in multiple roles through the lens of design as advocates, often as educators, as well as imagining new futures of space. And you all have been really great colleagues in thinking through and challenging me to question things as well. So I just have such gratitude to you all for stepping up to the challenge, and then also for finding ways to work over Zoom and overcome all of the various obstacles this semester. So thank you so much for that. You'll be receiving some very boring emails from me in the next couple days. So look forward to that. But then I also am looking forward to congratulating you on graduation day. So I will see you, for those of you who will be in person. I'm excited to see you there briefly. All right, this is it. Thank you. Thank you so much to the reviewers, and thank you, students.
Thank you so much, y'all.
Great, cheers.
Awesome. I'm gonna miss everyone. All your faces.
There's always Zoom.
There's always Zoom.
Yeah. Same time, same place next year.
You can come review next year, Joe.
Okay.
All right, ciao, everyone.
Ciao, bye.
Bye, baby Choi. Baby Choi.
Bye, baby Choi.
Bye.